That's all right. There's somebody that has an account called Politics Hijacked Faith. That's the account name. And I just came across it for the first time, like within the last week or so. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing well,
Hello.
thanks. You still working on I was trying to look at, I watched your live and you were
Oh,
making
there he
like a name.
goes. That's who you're. He's down there in the bottom.
Ooh,
Politics hijacked faith.
yeah, Politics Hijacked Faith. So I came across, I'm so glad she is still here. Brandy, yeah, I thought of Brandy when I saw a post like 10 days ago. I think it was maybe the first post that I had ever seen by Politics Hijacked Faith. 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, something like that. And it was, I don't want to overshare, but she was essentially like, I'm not sure I want to continue with this project. And I think she's put a lot of time into the work that she does. And she's smart and really good at, oh, yay. Thank you. Hi, CJ. CJ, right?
Hey, yeah, CJ, can you hear me?
Ooh, I can. Yeah. Thanks so much for coming up.
Cool, yeah, I've never joined a thing like this before.
I know.
But
And
yeah,
you picked a interesting one to join because I don't really know what I'm doing. So uh, I'm
we
kind
still
of
have a
new
Says
at
lot
it
of
it.
every
thoughts on
time.
Christian nationalism.
Yeah. Yeah, we ended up talking about it for a while last time. And I kind of know, well, I think we're all on the same page as far as it's going to be a nay. It's going to be a nay for us. But
Nay.
I don't want to.
Well, and it's not just like the nay, it's that like it's not just bad for us. It's bad for them. Right? Like
Oh, yeah.
I know they think that it represents them, but like I feel like they haven't read the Bible. If they're in like, it just like it screams Pharisee, right? Like
Yeah.
Christian nationalism is like a direct straight analogy for the Pharisees. Like Jesus would not have liked institutional Christianity. Like he just wouldn't. Like it
Yeah.
wasn't his jam.
Jesus was
I,
anti-imperialist.
yeah,
It's just the
I
truth.
agree. CJ, I don't want to put you on the spot, but can I ask a couple questions? Just because, so I started to mention I think literally the first video I saw of yours was that one from 2 weeks ago where you were sort of like, I'm thinking about hanging it up. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
yeah,
And I jumped in. I was just like, 'cause before I responded, I watched like maybe 10 pre other videos of yours, like just kind of went through what you had posted. And I was just like, geez, this is awesome what she is doing. And I could relate to it so much because I think there's a lot of us that are like either we're brought up in the church or we're taught, like, I don't know if it's just the time we were raised or the church we were in that was kind of like, yeah, the gist of it is to love people well and that people will know that you're my disciples by the way that you love one another and to do unto others and to consider others better than yourselves, and sort of like our understanding of what it means to follow Jesus. And then we see what's kind of happening with Christianity in this country, and you're like, time out, like this is not. And so I was curious what started you on this, because I know you have a good size platform and you should, but have you been at it a while?
no, I started 2 months ago. I downloaded TikTok for the first time 2 months ago. I was like, yeah, I think social media is like, kind of what's destroying society. So I have like a love-hate relationship with it.
Me too.
But I just felt like I couldn't like stay silent anymore. And I am extremely passionate about this and I like needed an outlet. So I thought maybe, I'll start a TikTok and maybe start screaming into the void. And it clicked with, I think, a lot of people because just in 2 months I've got like 15,000 followers. Now I'm like, okay, I'm loving this. I've got energy and we need to talk about it more. I think I first got into it because, yeah, I was like raised in a Christian household and my parents were like good Christians who like actually love people. And then I thought that that's what Christianity was like. And then went out to college, saw the real world, and I was like, oh, that's not how a lot of Christians are. A lot of Christians are hateful. There's actually, like, it's causing more pain and hurt than it is love. And it doesn't make any sense because Jesus, like, everything that Jesus preached is like what the opposite of what Christians do and like what they're known for. It doesn't make any sense. Like, Jesus preached against using religion for control, and that is basically what modern Christianity has turned into. And it is in large part because politics have hijacked faith for their political gain. That's a strategic move by the religious right to weaponize people's faith to get them to, make them money and keep their power. But because Christians are a vulnerable group. We are a vulnerable group by nature of being people of faith. The word faith literally means to believe in something without proof. And so these politicians have taken this beautiful concept of believing in something bigger than yourself and twisted it to say this group of people doesn't need data and facts to believe something. They just need to think that it's tied to their faith, and then they'll do whatever we say. And so we're easily tricked. Christians are, because of our ability to believe in something greater than ourselves. And then also the whole point of the church community is that the Bible is big and complex, and we can't be expected to know the whole thing. And so we rely on each other to help understand it and interpret it. And so that's the foundation of the church community. So the faith is believing in something bigger than yourself without proof. And then you build the community around yourself to help you understand that. And then that has been infiltrated by politicians and bad actors to benefit themselves. And it is, over time, just completely deteriorated the values of Christianity. Now, so much so that Christians are known for the opposite of everything that Jesus stood for. And it just drives me insane. I'm like, how? It is so crystal clear to me that when Jesus says to love God and love your neighbors, that we should love the things that God created and love our neighbors, that we should treat others with respect. That seems so basic. And how do Christians read the same words that I'm reading and they latch on to the sin or you go to hell part instead of what Jesus said? It's how can you be so sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here, but so often Christians don't realize what the Bible is. They'll be it's the word of God, we need to think about it, interpret it literally, Christian nationalism. They use it and they use the literal interpretation purely as a means to control people, because the Bible was written in Greek and Hebrew. It doesn't translate literally, and it's just it's really frustrating to see. It seems like Christianity can do a lot of good. All it is, the bones of Christianity is there was this dude, Jesus, 2,000 years ago, who lived and led a movement to be nice to people instead of be greedy. That's the bottom line. Whether you believe he was the son of God or not, I don't even think that's something we should, that's important. The point is he showed us how to be good people. And if you want to follow how to be a good person, how to challenge yourself or how to grow, that's one way that you can do it. And this cult following that twists it into the need, that they use fear, you're going to go to hell if you don't believe this. That's the opposite of what Jesus preached. Anyway, it just drives me absolutely nuts. And I don't think there's enough people talking about it. And so I'm just going to be, I want to be a part of the solution ultimately. And I think that starts with a conversation. And so I'm essentially just trying to make these videos to get conversations started.
Yeah.
That's good.
And they're fantastic. I think I already follow you. I don't.
Thank you.
I think you'd love Randy.
I'm trying to see if I see a plus sign next to her name. Maybe I already do.
They changed some stuff on here.
I see a plus sign near I choose, so maybe we're already friends.
Yeah, you're looking at politics. Yeah, hijacked faith. Love to collaborate and have good conversations with people. I love having conversations with people I disagree with. I think that is one of the most important, profound things, and to do it with respect. And so, yeah, anytime I can be a part of a conversation across the aisle, I like to take that opportunity too.
Yeah, likewise. I have like stumbled into some political. I don't know how I landed on that. I just got on here 2.5 months ago. No, that's not
Oh,
true. I just
hey.
started trying to go live um, to at the like beginning of August. So whatever that is, 3 months ago now. I'm still kind of figuring it out. I don't really know what I'm doing, but sort of the same idea was like I have spent a lot of the last several years asking people as part of my job. I work as a hospice chaplain, and I have to ask people what their denomination is, like what their background is. And currently, it makes me ask what their religion is, which I don't really love having like being forced to ask that. But it's highlighted, so I can't go to the next page of my documentation unless I put something on that line. Um, and so I've had to force the question, even if it doesn't come up organically. I'm like, what religion are you? And a lot of people will be like, well, I'm Baptist or Lutheran or Methodist, but I haven't gone to church in 30 years or 10 years or whatever it is. And then I've asked, what made you stop going or why did you leave? And I sort of documented the answers that I got, it was a lot of fun. I did this project for 3 years and just kind of got people's answers. And the number one reason was I think that Christians are hateful and judgmental. That's the number one reason people gave me as to why they're not involved anymore.
Yeah, I would summarize that as hypocrisy.
Yeah, it was equally devastating for me. I share your aversion to social media too. I have a very addictive personality. Like I don't social media is not a good idea for me. Like I'm kind of with anything, whether it was soccer or guitar, like all my life, whatever I do, I kind of go hard.
Yep. I
Um,
can relate.
and so I sort of knew myself well enough to be like, you cannot do social media. You're not wired for that. So I avoided it for 15 years. And then last summer, so a year and a half ago, it was maybe too much information, but my mom was not well. And so my dad was home by himself, and he would send my brothers and me like videos from Facebook or Instagram or whatever, and I couldn't watch them because I didn't have any of the things, and I felt guilty. I felt badly that like my dad, who's a great man, sounds like your parents are amazing people too, but my dad, who's a great man, was home by himself for the first time in 52 years, and is just sending these random clips of somebody's dog or somebody falling down while they're skiing or whatever the video was, and I couldn't watch it. And my brothers would respond, and I felt like a bad son for not being able to for not watching the videos. So I got them. I signed up for all the social media stuff, and then it was kind of like, well, if I have it, why not try to do something productive
Yeah.
with it? Now I have not. You started after me, and I have like 5 followers across all platforms. So you've done a much better, much more successful job. But I love the content. I love the passion of your videos. And when I watched that, and then I saw the one where you're like, I'm not sure that this is helping or productive.
Yep.
Um, I probably came in too hard. I was like, please don't give up, because I think we need as many people kind of speaking up and be like, this is not what following Christ should look like.
And I would
Uh,
say it is very hard to go against the grain because people already have their ideas of what's settled in stone. And so anything that fits outside of that narrative, they consider you be a heretic or whatever. I've been called all kind of names. I don't even care at this point. Like at the end of the day, theology is much bigger than just the little world that they see, but they haven't been exposed to those things because the institutions have a vested interest in people not having the right type of scholarship and history and anthropology and stuff because it keeps them on the track that they designed.
Well, also, like, that kind of hatred comes from within the house, right? Like, I know that there are some angry atheists out there. There are some frustrated religious people or not a religious people. But like and this is another part of my Christian business, is it was always Christians. that were attacking my Christianity, like always.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't really notice, like I just out of being naive or living in a bubble, like my parents, my kind of extended family, my grandfather was a missionary, and they were like, I grew up around Christians who cared for others and who kind of, in my view, modeled what it meant to be a follower of Jesus. And then I went to school, and then for quite a while, and even in school, like even in seminary, like my colleagues were trying to follow Christ. It wasn't until I got into the real world that I kind of realized, like, oh, we're awful. I didn't know that. Like I got into hospice chaplaincy, and like shortly after I started, this is in 2009, 2010, something like that. I started, and I had a patient that had Bible verses all over their house, but they were like racist and awful, and I was just like, my goodness, like but the whole time I was with them, they're talking about how much they love Jesus, and they got Bible verses on over their front door and all over their house. I'm kind of like, this doesn't line up. And then I had another one that was like that, and another one that was like that, and then it became sort of consistent. Like the most un-Christ-like folks that I come across are typically the most like religious, the most Christian. And
it's interesting because I don't think any of them realize the self-awareness is not there at all. They have no idea. So many people think like these people are actively racist. I don't think that they really have a clue on how harmful their practices are and like what they do, what they say. They don't know. So it's like, how do you talk to those people? How did you talk to those people? Did you change any minds?
Yeah, I mean, my role. So I work as a hospice chaplain. I don't know if you've had any experience with that.
No,
hopefully
not
not. But my role as a chaplain is basically for folks that are at the end of life. They get hospice care that comes in, and I'm the chaplain on the hospice team. So the first 11 years I did this was in Chicago. Very diverse area, right? So I had patients who were Catholic and Buddhist and Muslim and Jewish and you name it. Now I'm in Oklahoma. It's very different here. But my role is not really to try to convince people to believe what I believe. My role in my job is to kind of try to assess how they are doing with the reality that end of life is near, and provide whatever support I can to the patient. And I spend about half my week with patients and half my week with their families.
That makes sense.
So I didn't it's always just sort of been like learning how different cultures handle things. And I kind of learned early on, like, wow, there are a lot of hateful and judgmental and angry people who claim to love Jesus.
Put your stuff up and then go to bed. Daddy can take you to bed. Oh, I'm sorry.
CJ, no.
I was about to say my dad passed like 10 years ago. What is going on?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wanted to acknowledge a school is. I think that's what I said.
I feel like I joined and I don't know any definitions. I've heard this word before. I've been enjoying listening to you all talk about it. Perhaps I could maybe I could look it up, I guess.
Which term were you looking up?
Christian nationalism.
There's some really easy examples, like Charlie Kirk was a Christian nationalist. Pete Hegseth
I can give you a definition.
I can't.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, please.
Christian nationalism is the belief that America is defined by Christianity, and that the government should take active steps to keep it that way. Christian nationalists assert that America is and must remain a Christian nation.
Interesting.
So,
do they mean like Christian majority? Like they actually, like, what does this mean policy-wise? If
They want to impose Christianity on people through legislation, through laws.
Yes.
It's a political ideology to impose Christianity through laws.
The reason I joined this live is because so I'm a graduate student at one of the UC schools, and I was attacked through email not that long ago. I was called a Zionist, a bootlicker, many other things. And then somebody said something about Christian nationalism, and they compared Zionism to Christian nationalism. And I don't know what Christian nationalism is, so I thought it was a very interesting comparison. I mean, it sounds interesting because there's the forced religion part of it that I don't really understand, but I guess that's because Judaism isn't a proselytizing religion, but I don't really understand the connection myself. But
I would argue Christian nationalism isn't about forcing Christianity, right? It's really about recentering America on the values that made it function, right? So most supporters of
Okay,
Christian
that is
nationality.
not true. Like, it is not. Stop doing it.
I want to give him an opportunity to. I want to hear his explanation, so I can understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, I would just say that most supporters aren't pushing for mandatory church attendance, for example. They're not. They're not pushing for laws that criminalize non-Christians, or clergy or special interest groups that that represent the church, right? Writing even legislation. That's the cartoon version that critics use because it's easier to attack, in my opinion. The real argument is more like this: if America was built like on Christianity, like inspired ideas, simple things like rights come from God, moral order, right? Things like personal responsibility, right? Stable families, right? Limits on government, then we shouldn't really be shocked when ripping that foundation out leads to chaos, which is part of what you're seeing today, right, in our society. So
No,
it's about influence, not enforcement.
So
Absolutely.
I have a question for you, Fast Track.
Yo.
What do you know about the Heritage Foundation and the religious right?
From what perspective?
I mean, what do you know about them in general? About their relationship together? What do you know about the Heritage Foundation? Do you know when it was established? Do you know who it was established by? Do you know when they got into bed with the religious right? Do you know what topics they used in order to get evangelical support? What do you know about Project 25, Project 2025? What do you know about Mandate for Leadership? What do you know about the people driving the train right now?
Well, what I just at a very high level, what I know of them, their whole mission is around, they want to promote conservative public policies, right? So they're based on things like free enterprise, limited government, right? Individual freedoms, things like a strong national defense, right? And traditional American values, a lot of like things you heard the Ronald Reagan-esque era, right? So they do a lot of research, they put together a lot of policy papers, and they make recommendations, right?
Okay.
Can I ask-
and
can I ask
how?
a question?
Oh,
So
go
that-
ahead. Go ahead.
They try and play a role in influencing policy, right? Especially around those things like I just mentioned, economics, defense, and social issues.
Go
I
ahead,
would
CJ.
Okay, thank you. I would love an opportunity to talk to you. I do not get to talk to many Christian nationalists, and I would just want a couple things I want to ask you.
Well, I didn't say I didn't say I
Or
was a
someone
Christian.
who. Okay,
I'm not a
yeah.
Christian nationalist, by the way.
Oh, that's great. That's great. One thing I think that what I try to do a lot is explain to people. I think people don't understand what Christian nationalism is, and what you just described is
Yeah.
not what the Christian nationalist movement is not what the Heritage Foundation is doing, is not what Project 2025 is doing. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. And for example, for example, it is a common thing to say, like what you said, that they want to go back to the foundation, the Christian foundations that the United States was built on. What I would want people to understand is the United States was built on Christian values, not scripture. The values of love, justice, mercy, forgiveness, kindness, compassion. The values of Christianity is the foundation of the United States, not believing in Jesus not forcing, the like regulating who people can marry. The values of Christianity is what we need to go back to. And we don't, when you use religion and scripture to create laws like they are doing in Project 2025, you do not get the values of Christ. You get control through scripture. And that is what Christian nationalism is doing. For example, one of the things specifically stated in Project 2025 is that they will dismantle agencies that go after misinformation so that they can't regulate misinformation. They will redefine misinformation around elections and so that they can essentially lie. No one can stop them. And then they want to remove caps on political donations so that they can spread those lies as much as possible. Like, there is nothing Christian about lying. And that is the entire strategy of Christian nationalism, is to manipulate data, to manipulate people's faith so that they think that they're supporting Christian things, but there's nothing Christian about using religion to control people. Jesus fought against using religion to control people. Like, it's everything that Jesus stood against. They just use the name to trick people. So I just want someone to understand. I want you to understand, like, that if you are a Christian and you want the values of Christ in our nation, you need to stand up against these people that are using the words Christian to do un-Christ-like things. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense from the viewpoint that that's your opinion. That is your opinion, and you're certainly entitled to that.
But
Fast track. What do you know about the ERLC, the Southern Baptist Legislative
Sorry.
Arm?
You've mentioned a few organizations thus far,
Yes.
and refer to them as like driving the train. And I think it's an interesting idea. Would you say Christian nationalism is more of an idea, like because it sounds like I don't know how to explain it. I feel like we're conflating individual organizations with their own interests with an idea of Christian nationalism, and I'm not really sure if it makes sense to say that you could swap them, and that they're the same thing.
So,
but I don't know. Then again, I have no idea.
Okay,
so.
no, it's fine. No, so what you see now is 46 years in the making. This goes back. I don't know how old you are, or how old most of the people here are, but this started a long time ago. First of all, the church never stopped being in charge. So let's be clear on that. The church has always made laws for the nation. Okay? The people that have been in charge have been closely connected to the church, and the church was basically telling people, this is how Christians are supposed to live. So when we look at the Heritage Foundation, which started in the 70s, it was right after they desegregated schools, okay? What happened is that the Christians felt as if the nation was overstepping by making the schools become desegregated. So what the Christians did was they decided that they were going to start schools and that they were going to take the nation to court to say that they were violating their state rights by having Black people enroll in their schools. Bob Jones University in Greenville, South Carolina, they were in court for a long time over the issue. It got to the point where they just caught so much heat after a while. They said, okay, well, we're no longer going to do the segregation, but, if you come to our school, Black people and white people can't date one another. And then that turned into a thing, and then they had to stop doing that. So, and out of that is where the Heritage Foundation, and that is where the religious right was born out of. People think it was about abortion. No, abortion was just an issue that the Heritage Foundation tinkered around with in order to get the support of the evangelical church. And then you have guys like the pastor from Liberty University. What is that guy's name?
Falwell.
Jerry Falwell. And some of those guys, they got together and they formed the religious right, and that's when they started, galvanizing the evangelical church as a political voting bloc. So this isn't something that just happened overnight. This has been built over years. When we talk about the Heritage Foundation, they're on their ninth edition of Mandate for Leadership. Project 2025 is an accumulation of years. The National Heritage Foundation has been pushing policies on the nation since the 70s. This isn't an overnight thing. This is something that they have been actively working towards. They built the Evangelical Industrial Complex, which consists of all their book sales, the expansion of their churches, all of that. And people are not aware of that history because it's not taught in seminary spaces. The church history is not taught.
Thank you.
Yes.
Um,
I hope
can I
that
ask a
answered your question.
Yeah. Can I ask a question just for my own brain? To what extent do we think politics took religion versus religion latched on to politics, if that makes sense?
I think it's the other way.
Which one?
The politics got a hold of religion.
Yeah, I feel like at least in the last 10 years, to me, it feels like as church attendance has declined and declined and declined, they're sort of latching on or attempting to latch on to the government to some extent. But maybe I'm wrong.
I feel like you gotta go back further in time. I feel like,
Right.
I mean, if you think
But even
about it,
then, even if you go back to,
but I know what you're saying. Though. Go ahead, sir. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
but I mean, even the foundation, the Heritage Foundation, is that a group of old politicians or a group of old clergy?
I think it's both. I think that the politicians come out of these places. I don't think that. I mean, just think about how Lindsey Graham and what's the guy from Texas?
Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz. Look at the way that they talk. Lindsey Graham literally said, he was like, I thought you guys learned this in Sunday school, that we're supposed to, protect such and such, and we're supposed to do this and we're supposed to do that. I'm sorry, sir. Not everybody learned that. I didn't learn that. I think that people, they're not educated on how much religion has played such a significant role in America. They don't know their roots as far as where their doctrines come from. It's like Ian said down here. He said, there's a long history of religion and power, getting in bed with each other, starting with Constantine. Like,
Oh, I would love to talk about that. I mean, my perspective is really weird, but just starting with the U.S. alone, I mean, there was no separation of church and England still does not have a separation of church and state, in my opinion. I mean, considering they have a monarch that is a particular religion. Mm-hmm. And in the U.S., just because they had so many diverse Christian denominations at its beginning, there needed to be some kind of overarching, non-discriminatory way of making laws over all these different people. Before that, from what I understand, there was no separation of church and state. Maybe Napoleon in the 1700s came up with this idea, and that's kind of how he destabilized all the monarchies in Europe. But other than that 100 years and before the Industrial Revolution, there was no such thing at all. In fact, I don't know how long ago we had to wait until we could swear on something other than a Christian Bible. I have no idea when that was.
No, I mean, in America, I honestly believe that there hasn't been a significant amount of separation between church and state. When you have churches reiterating that segregation is okay, when you have people making laws and saying that this is, you know, this is how it should be. I mean, I don't think that there's ever been a time when religion has not played a significant role on the politics of the nation.
Do you guys believe that our country was founded on Christianity, or some form of
No,
Christian?
No.
Why
no.
not? Why not?
No, because
Because
it
it
wasn't.
wasn't.
Go back and read the Federalist Papers.
Yes.
Do you believe that? Let me ask you, Fast Track. Do you think that when you think of America, do you think of it as a country where, as a Christian country, or a country in which you are free to be a Christian or a Buddhist or a Hindu?
You're free to be whatever religion you want,
Or nothing if you want.
or nothing.
yeah.
Absolutely, or nothing. Great point.
So would you say that that's what America was founded on, that idea that you could be whatever you want, or was it founded on the idea that we are a Christian nation?
Well, I would just look at history, right? 55 out of 56 of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, they were known to be Bible-believing, church-attending Christians, right?
What was their theology?
Right. Well, they were largely Protestant Christianity. That's what shaped their worldview, right? Most of the state constitutions had Christian requirements, right? Many of the original state constitutions, they were required, literally required at the time, that office holders profess belief in Jesus Christ, or require some Christian profession of faith, right? Mm-hmm. So every single one of the original state constitutions, Pennsylvania included, had literally, you can look this up, I profess the Lord Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior in those constitutions, right?
Right, but the federal constitution replaced all of that.
So many principles of common law, right, which, as you guys probably know, influenced
But
the U.S. law.
influence is
It
not the
comes from
same as-
Christian ethics, right? Presumption of innocence, things
Absolutely.
like due process,
But
equality,
influence is not the same as fondant.
equality
is
before
what-
law.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, influence
Okay.
isn't the same as
And, I
fondant.
mean, we still have
You're welcome to look it all up.
we still have the
We have.
poisonous elements of Christianity in our politics. There are 7 states where there are unenforced bans on atheists being politicians in those states. And absolutely, that is a big problem for America, but we have not been a religious nation. God We Trust wasn't put on our money until the 50s, right? Like there was definitely a revival of Christian ideology, but the thing you said about the founding fathers, is just straight up not true.
You're categorically wrong. I'm sorry. Right,
No, I
and you
think
can go and look this up. I want you to go look at any credible survey. Present day, roughly 65, depending on what credible source you use, 65 to 70-ish% of Americans identify as Christians in this country.
What fast
That-
track
that-
to understand
that equates to roughly somewhere around 225 million people in the country,
fast track
out of a
but you
population
understand-
of 330 million. So
Go ahead, Casual.
Do
you
you
can give
understand?
opinions, but you're not giving any facts.
No. These.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Do you want to
I'm
have a
giving you
conversation?
facts.
Do you want to have a
Hey,
conversation?
Fast
Fast
Track,
track?
let's be respectful.
I am
Casual,
respectful.
let Casual say what he needs to say.
I'm
So-
being respectful.
Well,
Okay,
no, you're not.
then
'cause
let
you
him
just-
talk.
When I'm told I'm a liar, I'm going to
Well,
stand up.
thank you. Go ahead, Casual.
I just don't understand how fast track doesn't see how those are just kind of secondary characteristics.
If
in
you're
a
going
way.
to censor me, I'm going to drop.
We're not
mean-
censoring you. We're giving Casual an opportunity to
He
speak.
can speak. I won't overspeak, but don't mute me.
I guarantee
All right,
you
well,
that.
you don't own this space, sir. Thank you. Casual, go ahead.
So I guarantee you, almost all of the signers of the Constitution were right-handed. So would you say that we were founded on right-handed principles?
I would say that the Constitution, and someone mentioned the Federalist Papers, go do your research, was written
Read
for
them.
a
Fast
moral
track.
and
You need to
religious
stop
people,
doing that.
right?
Fast track. You
I
need to
don't
stop.
think religion is like right-handedness. I'm sorry. I don't think that's a good comparison.
No, no. I'm just pointing out that it's a secondary characteristic. A secondary characteristic. These are men who happened to be Christian rather than them actually, stating explicitly in the Constitution that we are founded on Christian principles. You would think something that's so obvious to you, Fast Track, would have been sort of written down or been all over the Federalist Papers, and yet it's not. So to say that this country was founded on Christian principles is actually not correct. And if you walked into any U.S. history department in any university in this country and stated that, they would probably laugh you out of their room and say no. And these are people who've actually studied all of this stuff. So when you say that that this country is founded on Christian principles, that's only because these men happened to be Christian, not because they explicitly stated that they were founding this country on Christian principles. And I think Ian probably has something to say about that too.
Yes, go ahead. Hey, hi, Ian. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah. So I work as a pastor, and what's so fascinating about this is so often I feel like we end up doing this thing where we take modern Christianity and the kind of language that's used in modern Christianity and the kind of litmus tests that modern Christianity and the church hold its adherence to, and try to retroactively apply that to things like the founding fathers. And so, like, when we're talking about something like, were they Christians? I full throatedly agree that, like, many of them were Christians. Probably more of them were like theists and like theistic rationalists, but that's neither here nor there because nobody knows what that means. But like, now, it's not, they weren't in the First Amendment, like rooting out of the freedom of speech is this idea of the separation of church and state. So like, we are a nation that is, we're founded in this idea of like freedom of religion, but really it's like freedom from religion. It's like freedom from having to have religion imposed on us. And so whether they were Christian or not, whether they were influenced by Christian values or not, is sort of neither here nor there. Because when most Christians today, like the noisiest Christians today, they're not talking about the same kind of Christianity that the Christians were talking about at the founding of the country.
Correct. I mean, we've had so much like theological, like, I mean, we've had so much scholarship. I mean, I don't know. To think that we're having the same kind of conversation that they were having back then is unfathomable.
It's absurd, right?
It is very much so. I mean, even so much to the effect now that there's so much scholarship that has been put out just within the last 20 something years that a lot of um, like doctrinal seminaries, they
Mm-hmm.
won't even engage with that scholarship.
No.
And there's a reason why they're doing that.
How many, I'm just curious, how many of you on the panel would consider yourself to be a conservative and or a Republican?
I'm guessing just you, but I want to
I'm
speak for everybody else.
Wait.
I guess
I'm
I'm
very
just
much politically homeless.
Say again?
before I answer that, I would just be curious to ask why that's important. What's the point you're trying to make?
I'm just curious to know if you are what I consider to be left leaning, right? A quote unquote lefty or a progressive, or call it what you want, or a conservative, an independent. right? Because more conservatives, more Republicans, right, statistically, right, identify as Christians.
No, that's
I
not
don't
true.
know that that's true. Yeah.
That
Okay.
stat's actually true.
Say that again.
That's not true.
Okay.
There are a lot of Christians that have left leaning
Absolutely. Yes.
ideals, or it's a matter of
Well,
what the other side perceives to be true Christianity.
well, it's not a matter of perception, right? If you're a Bible believing Christian, right? It's not about perception.
Which
And yes,
Bible?
there are many, many lefties who do believe in Jesus Christ. That's not what I was saying specifically, right? But statistically speaking, conservatives, right, have tend to have more of a specific faith around Jesus Christ and Christianity. But that's not to say that lefties don't either. They do, right?
No,
But
They have their own doctrinal focuses.
well, I
Yes,
think
That's the difference.
yes.
I would say you guys tell me if this is correct to some degree, and it's not a trap. It's not a trap question, but
Mhm.
I think a lot of modern left-leaning ideology it, it's built around the belief that people are basically good, right? Society corrupts individuals. Humans can kind of build a better world through policy and activism, right? Whereas Christianity kind of starts with a very different foundation. Humans are fallen, right, and sinful. We believe we need God for salvation. We cannot perfect ourselves through human effort, through the government, through policies, right? So those two frameworks really clash hard. If you believe humans can fix themselves, the idea of needing a savior in Jesus Christ feels unnecessary or even offensive to some people on the left, not to all, but to some.
I have a response to this, if that's all
Yeah.
right.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So I'm, of course, I'm Jewish. When it comes to the distribution of parties among Jews in the United States, I think like 10 to
Shalom.
15% happen to be Orthodox Jews, and like 90 something percent of Orthodox Jews happen to be Republican.
Yeah.
And then like 33% of U.S. Jews are Reform, which is what I was raised as and am. And I think that their numbers are like 85% Democrat. So it's completely flip-flopped. And the only difference, I mean, in regard to how the human being is born, I mean, all Jews, including the Orthodox, believe the human being is born good, that
Yeah.
society corrupts. It's all the opposite. But it seems to be the one thing that seems to drive a Jew to Republicans or whatever is whether or not they're visible and practicing, regardless of how they believe the human being is good or not. And I mean, the reason I say I'm politically homeless is because I've started for the last 2 years to wear a yarmulke and wear talit, and
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what I don't know what's going on in this country right now, but being visible has made it like radically. The way I see the world has changed so drastically. So I don't know. Just wanted to say I don't know if that's.
What do you mean by being visible?
I mean, I wear a kippah. I wear tzitzit.
Oh, okay.
You can see
Literally
you see
visible.
me, you know I'm a Jew from across the street.
Gotcha,
like it's
gotcha,
not.
gotcha.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So,
Mm.
so I'm no, I'm not gonna say I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus. I believe in his teachings, but I don't believe what evangelical Christians believe. I believe in the Hebrew worldview. I believe that we are all nefesh, which means that we're not, the body and the soul isn't split. That's what Christians believe. They believe that when you die, your soul leaves and you go to heaven. They believe that the body is corrupted and that there's nothing good about the body, but that's not what the Hebrew worldview is. And I believe personally, when politics got involved with Christianity, they imported their Greek worldview, and that's what Christians, even though they don't know it, they believe the Greek worldview of what body and soul and salvation and stuff. It's completely different than what the Jewish people believed. And what we're seeing now is that we're starting to see more scholarship come available. We're starting to see, more theological discoveries and things like that. And it's starting to cause tension. That's why you see a lot of evangelical Christians say that progressive Christians aren't, they aren't really saved, or that they don't really believe. For most of them, a lot of them are returning back to the root of Christianity, and it's causing tension. And so for me, the reason why I'm not conservative is because I believe that the whole person is important. When I look at Fast Track, I just don't say, well, eventually I'm going to heaven one day, so he'll eventually get what's coming or whatever. No, I believe that you have to take care of Fast Track now as an individual, because salvation is not just about personal piety. It's about salvation for the whole man, not just part of the man. And that's the huge divide between progressive theology and conservative theology. And the thing about it is that the Heritage Foundation already showed the game. They literally posted on their Threads account that we need to return to classical education, which includes the Bible, Aristotle, Augustine, and Thomas Aquinas, plus the founding fathers. They're literally telling you that they want you to have the Greek worldview of the Bible, because as long as I can split the soul from the man, then I can continue to write policies that hurt people because, hey, the end game is heaven.
So are you
I think the other
guys saying
path.
that we don't legislate morality today?
I think
There's,
the other path wanted to say something, Brandy.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, other path.
I just think we also have to think about the harm caused by Christian nationalism, right? Like, it is directly influencing women, children, and marginalized groups in the United States right now. And it is like physically and emotionally endangering those communities. And I don't think that can be avoided. And like, while there might be more claimants to Christianity in conservative circles, there's certainly less Christ-like behavior
Yes.
in conservative circles. They almost exclusively do not act Christ-like, right? And like, that is a big issue for them, because Christ would not like a religion of state, right? He did not like the Pharisees, right? He would not like the current modern Pharisees, which are the Christians and the Christian nationalists in this country. And it is harmful to our society.
That's completely that
Jesus
what
literally
you
said,
said has absolutely no factual basis. That's your opinion. You're entitled to that.
you mean the Jesus
Right?
part?
No, what he said earlier.
Why
right?
is everything
Saying,
just our opinion, but
I got
you
some
keep
takes
claiming
on
you have?
because
Pharisees.
there's not everything you said is not necessarily your opinion. Some of it is very
So,
factual. Some of it isn't. Right?
fast
But
track.
saying that modern Christians, right? What did he say specifically? Modern Christians don't act very
I said
Jesus-like.
conservatives
Conservatives,
are not
right?
Christ-like,
So that is
because they are violent, they are
Right.
ignorant, they are hateful, and they are a danger to the other citizens that live in this country.
Okay.
Period.
So that is
supported by the FBI. It's
so that
supported
right.
by
That's your opinion. You're
no,
entitled to
no.
that.
It's backed
Shouldn't
by
longer
material
so
evidence.
much.
Fast track. I want to ask you a question. Fast track. Do you think that the Bible says that that marriage is supposed to be between one man and one woman?
Who are you asking?
He was
Fast
asking
track.
fast track.
I'm sorry.
Do you believe what Christians say, that the Bible says that marriage is supposed to be between one man and one woman?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
And the Bible does not say that, sir. The Bible gives us several different models for marriage,
It's true.
and none of them are one man and one woman.
Uh, so I'm gay and married. I also happen to be Jewish. I mean, the Bible's pretty explicit regarding gay relations. I'm not sure if I agree.
Which
But
part?
that the Bible does not say that a relationship specifically between two men, for example, is unacceptable. I think the way it's written is pretty ambiguous. And I happen to be gay and married, and I believe that the moment we figured out that your attraction is determined by your brain, it's kind of all down the drain anyways, because that's what we should be using, because we can observe and measure that. But the Bible, I don't think the Bible says that there should be gay marriage. I'm pretty sure it doesn't say that.
That isn't what I said. What I said is that the Bible gives us several different models for marriage.
Where?
Okay.
So let me. I want to speak to.
No,
I'm gonna call you A up there in the corner.
Wait. Excuse me. I want to make. I don't want to pivot off this. The Bible gives several different models of marriage because that's just categorically untrue.
Actually,
No, it's not.
It's the truth.
No,
It's
Go ahead,
true.
Brandy.
It's true, my friend.
It's true.
it doesn't. The Bible doesn't spell out the modern definition of marriage like it does today. Right?
No,
But
it spells
Scripture.
out
Can I
the
finish?
it spells out the ancient Near East version
Can I
of
finish?
what it was.
The Scripture consistently frames marriage as between a man and woman. You can look at Genesis 2:24, right? You can look. Jesus himself reaffirms it in Matthew, 19? I think 4-6.
He's talking about divorce, but go ahead.
Paul echoes the very same pattern in Ephesians, right? A man shall leave his father and a mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh.
Did Abraham do that?
Genesis 2:24, therefore a man shall leave his father, right, and his mother and hold fast to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. I mean, I could go on and
Sorry.
on and on.
Go ahead,
right?
Ryan.
You have Adam and Eve in Genesis 1:3, Noah and his wife, sons and their wives, Genesis 7:7, right? There's even instructions for priests about men and women. So, I'm sorry, you're misinformed.
Fast track.
I just gave you a half a dozen scripture references.
Hold on, the host wants to speak.
Well, I don't know that it's going to do much good, but Brandy's going to go next, fast track, and it's rare that we are open to learning. This may be an opportunity for that, but I don't know if your mind is already. You made your point here, and it's Brandy's going to go, and I would love you to listen.
So a lot of what you're saying is you're saying things that you've been taught. Okay. Number one, the vast majority of people in evangelical spaces are not teaching people about the anthropology of the Bible. The way that Genesis is written in a specific type of way. It's written with different type of literary tools. You got parallelism, you have mirrorism, you have different types of poetry. So when you're looking at the scriptures, when God says that he created the heavens and the earth, did he just create the heavens and the earth? Fast track.
Not listening.
Are you listening, fast track?
No, this is what I was afraid of. I wonder how worthwhile it is. Although I love to hear it. I love
Right,
it.
but I would also like to speak to A too because I can't. Are you a guy or a girl up there? I apologize. He, sorry, because he also spoke to this as well. So in the Bible, when it talks about male and female, he created them. You have to look at the literary structure of how it was written. It's written in a mirrorism, which means that he is explaining a spectrum. Also, Ha-Hadam was created first, which means that he created humankind. And then
Hermaphrodite. Yes.
yes, and then he pulled Adam, then he pulled Eve out of Adam, okay? So you have to read it correctly. You have to understand the anthropology of the Bible to understand what you're reading. In addition, there is a specific type of sexual ethic that existed in both the ancient Near East, but also in Rome. It was the penetrated versus the penetrator versus the penetrated, meaning whoever was on bottom, okay, they were submissive to the person that was on top. It was completely taboo for the penetrated to be on top. Okay, we're talking about it's a power dynamic relationship. Okay, when you look at Rome and you look at what Paul is talking about in Romans 1, he's talking about people having doing their business and temple worship. But back then, elite Roman men only had relations with people who were beneath them in social status. That was women, effeminate men, children, people who worked for a certain type of living. You're looking at a sexual ethic that you're trying to put on other people that is completely disgusting. In the Old Testament, women were considered to be second-class citizens. So what do you think it meant for a man to be on the bottom?
I agree with everything you said. And I believe, of course, the Bible was written by people, like plural. So I don't know if that's, so of course I can hear what you're saying and be like, yes, yeah. I mean, it's definitely all that stuff. I don't know. I think Leviticus is pretty clear, but at the same time,
it's clear because because they had that specific sexual ethic, right? So they're trying to not be like the other nations around them. What the other nations were doing in terms of having relations with men, it was a form of domination rape. Okay, it was if you show up to that's what we see in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Brandy,
Yes, go ahead.
the one verse that they always reference in Leviticus,
right?
what does that original text say?
It says that. Go
Isha. It says, and with male, the word for male is zachar. It means like a sword, like it means your genitals, right? Vet zachar, with a male, lo tishkab, you will not lie down. Mishkvei isha, the laying places of a woman. So that's what that says. Yeah.
And how were women
I think Dan McClellan has
laid down?
Yeah, Brandy. I think
it's very
Dan
ambiguous.
Yeah, I think Dan McClellan actually has a video on this very topic where he talks about the origin of that word, and it doesn't mean precisely exactly meaning, men laying with men. It means a specific situation or aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But also, we're living in a time when we know, this was written by people who were divinely inspired, and they did prevent a lot of violence by preventing rape, like the way you described, right? So
yes, but that was the goal. The goal was to curb that type of behavior. But the thing about it is that men had a very misogynistic way of thinking about women. So therefore, all of that homosexuality is a sin nonsense is birthed out of a misogynistic sexual ethic. And it is wrong to place that sexual ethic on people who are in a committed consensual relationship. Because these people, if we think about it, Rome was having Epstein Diddy parties before Epstein and Diddy was a thing. That's what those verses are about. And that's the reason why we see so much of that in our churches that's going unanswered and being swept under the rug, is because we're not reading the verses the way we're supposed to. We're telling people that they're sinning when those verses should not even be applied to them. The people that we see in the text, they're victims. And people are using victims of the text to demonize human beings trying to be in a loving consensual relationship.
Yeah, I definitely.
Ian, thanks for being here. I really appreciate meeting you.
Yeah, you too. Be well. I just followed a few people on this. It's been fun to connect.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, take good care.
We'll see you again, I hope.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, I took up a lot of time there.
No, it's not. I could listen to you. I could listen to you, as you know, hopefully by now, for quite a while. I don't know that it's landing, unfortunately, and I mean, yeah. What can you do?
It's all right. Time will tell all things.
It will. Brandy, how are you? Can I go? I'll go first. We'll pivot a little bit. We just had the 1 year anniversary of Mom's passing. I don't know if I told you that, but we started this. I started this the day on November 18th of last year. Kind of as a tribute.
Host, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say thank you for the discussion. I enjoyed it.
Appreciate you coming in.
And yeah, my pleasure. I enjoyed chatting with everybody.
Have a good night, sir.
Have a good rest of the week.
Thank you. So I know Streak and Brandy, you already know that. Oh, good. Almost all of you. That was great. A, I can't read. My eyesight's so bad. Thanks for coming, A. I hope he comes back. So yeah, it's been kind of an interesting last couple of weeks. Just hitting that 1 year anniversary, like kind of reliving last November and thinking about her. And then Thanksgiving was good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Hey, Street.
Hey.
I didn't get to greet you, my friend.
Oh, no, you're good. Like, I get irritated with people.
I get it.
Oh, that was tough. That was tough. I knew early on that it was going to be tough because he seemed to really like the idea of Christian nationalism. And then when I suggest, like, was this country founded on that? Or is it founded on the idea that you could kind of practice any religion or no religion? And he was like, yeah, it was founded on that, but also the Christian nationalism piece. And
well, a lot of people are just uneducated about where we are right now. I mean, we saw that the other week when we were talking with the other group about the Heritage Foundation, and both of them were clueless about what that was and what that meant. You know, one of them was okay with people with religion being used to get votes.
Craziness.
You know.
And I know we talked about that. America was the one that you were kind of back and forth with on that day. And I wonder, like, obviously I want this to be a place where anybody can come in. I mean, I don't think that someone is going to hopefully last too long if they are hateful. But I don't, like, part of why I'm so grateful for the two of you and Earth. When we get down to this core, I miss Earth, but
I've been in touch with Earth.
Good. I hope he's doing well. Tell him I said hello. I hope I didn't say or do something that was
no. He had some things going on at the house, so
yeah. Well, tell him hello.
I will.
I love. Streak asked. I remember there was a live, like the first time the live went a little crazy, like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and a whole bunch of people came in, and it was a little wild. And Streak was just like, "This is like, do you like this better or what we've been doing better?" It was hard.
Yeah.
It was hard for me to answer that because I told Brandy, I don't think Streak was here when I told Brandy. I was just like, I don't have an agenda, like a blueprint of this is how I want this to go. So if it as it changes, I want to be open to that. I want to be like, no, I have these guardrails in my mind of what I want this to be, and this is outside of that.
Well, I mean, it ended up being good because it was you know, I, I mean, I really didn't know that whole entire group, but, but now that I've gotten to know them a little bit, I've been watching what they do. I feel as if, at least for one of them, Milk, I felt like that was a conversation that he needed to have. I don't think that he would have gotten the information about the Heritage Foundation anywhere else, because most of those groups are just primarily focused on talking about, not the religious aspect of it, but like the policy, Donald Trump, but they have not heard the other part of it. Yeah. Because, I mean, for the most part, I know for a fact that America is not religious. He just practices Aristotle. But for Milk, I think that he has his toe in a little bit. But he still seems to be pretty secular to me, so.
Yeah, he's been interesting. It was the same weekend that I started this. I think shortly after, like within the first week, I had connected with the two of you and with Earth, and then I also landed in that live in Olive's live, and then Princess. You guys remember her from like I
remember.
Yeah, I still go in Princess's live sometimes.
I do too, but like the first weekend I was actually in Princess's live. Like I listened to hers the first week that I was on the show, but she used to go live at like 11 p.m.
Yeah.
And
she hasn't been on in a while. Well, she goes on, but it's really sporadic.
Yeah.
I think she has school going on.
Yeah, she's focusing a lot on school right now. So
how do I ask her to come? But I she was an original for me as well, and but then I like the first weekend I was up until like 2:00 in the morning, which was fine. And then on like Tuesday night, she went on live at like 11:30, and I was like, I can't do it, man. I'm too old. I'm too old for this. I had to.
Streaker, do you know you fell asleep the other night when we were on?
I know. I asked Ryan about it the next day.
Yeah. We were laughing. We were like, just leave her up.
God.
Leave her up.
We loved it.
Well, I've learned one thing. Like I have a hard time going to sleep. Like if I go and stay the night at an aunt's house that I haven't seen in a bunch of years, or at a friend's house, or whatever.
Right.
If I can fall asleep, that means that I'm comfortable with you.
Yeah.
That's all I know. So take it as a compliment.
Yeah, we just left you on. We're like, we hang up, it'll be hung up. So
was I snoring though? That's the thing.
We muted you.
Oh my God.
We wanted to give you the opportunity if you woke up.
It wasn't outright. It started off with like heavy breathing, and I think we were like, I don't think we have streak. I don't think we have streak with us anymore because it was.
I loved it. I loved it.
But you, Streak, you sometimes are on like until like most of the night or much of the night, right?
So one of the reasons that I asked you if you liked this kind of live, like just people talking, right? Or did you like the tension-filled live better? Because this is the only live that I come to that it's like this. Right. And it's just so incredibly peaceful for me. And then I go into Brandy's live, other Brandy, and it's a little. It's always political, but it's never. And there's typically tension, but we try to just talk to people, have conversations with them, and sometimes it gets a little. But then there's this other live that I go into that is very very like the host doesn't take shit from anybody, and it's a lot of yelling and a lot of, and believe it or not, that's where I relieve a lot of my tension.
Mm-hmm.
Just listening to him come at MAGA, right? Um, and
It relieves your tension.
it does. It's really weird. So
You're
That's
living
interesting.
vicariously.
and
I know
well, no,
it does the
because I do
opposite.
it in his life. I do it. I have the opportunity to do it too, and I
Oh,
do.
okay. Okay.
So,
That makes more sense.
but I I prefer this
Mm-hmm.
in this space, and that in that space, and then that in that space. You know what
I
I
understand.
mean?
I see what you're saying. I, part of me feels like I think that sometimes the other might be warranted because of me and Ryan's voices. Does that make
Hmm.
sense?
Absolutely.
I think that for me, I'm not doing all this theological work for nothing. Like, I really want to see a major impact
Hmm.
in Christianity, because I don't feel like it's worth throwing away. I believe that there's something there, but what has happened in the course of 2,000 years or 1,700 years has done damage to the core story, and I think, so part of me, I feel obligated when the opportunity presents itself to try to educate people. But also, Ryan has a unique perspective because Ryan asks really good questions, like
Oh yeah.
really good questions. Especially more white men need to hear from people like Ryan.
Hmm.
They're used to hearing from black preachers, right? Because that's part of the black church's prophetic witness, is truth telling about what this nation is. But there needs to be more voices like Ryan's, Ian's, and some other guys out here telling the truth about what we're really looking at. So I think there's a time and a place for both. And I guess we're just gonna
That's
have to
just it.
gauge it.
That's just it. And I feel like for me, selfishly, I'm kind of like, however this goes is perfect. If it's like, in my view, it really is. Like, if it's the three of us and we're talking a little bit about just life and things like this, perfect. If other people come in, like last week I think, I know Brandy. It was the day before Thanksgiving, right? So I think Street was
Right.
here. Brandy came in for the
Hmm.
first part, and then we had two other gentlemen that came in. One that was sort of dealing with some loss, which is
Yeah.
an area that I'm comfortable having those discussions. Obviously, I'm drawing a blank on the other one, but there was kind of
The
two.
guy that came up at the very end was like, he really wanted to talk about like the nitty gritty of um, theocracy and what it all meant and why it meant that and how
Yeah,
he thought that it meant whatever. Like he was getting down and dirty with it.
yeah,
And it was, I didn't agree with most of what he was saying,
right.
but that's okay.
Yeah, and
We
it's
don't always have to agree.
yeah. And I agree with, I mean, I agree with what Brandy said. I think that, like, when you are dealing with Christian nationalism or just having that type of discussion, there like a white supremacy built into it. So if you are not like a straight white male and you're being critical of anything, it doesn't land for a lot of people just because of the white supremacy element of it. And that's why I felt like, even when I saw other pastors that look like me speaking out, I felt like, I got to do something. But my position here is like just to be kind and to treat people well, I think will stand out. At least they're meeting a Christian guy that's not an asshole. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that part is the good part of it. And I think you're right. I think people, the more people that see this type of behavior, then they'll be able to sit back and go, hold on a second, because this isn't what we're learning in the church that I go to. The
Mhm.
the the downside of what you're saying is that yes, there are people that are starting to see and come around, but there's so many that are not.
Oh yeah, that's for
There's so
sure.
many that are just holding on to the white supremacy, the racism, the bigotry, the misogyny, the like all of it, right? And it's I wish I knew how to like grab them by the scruff of the neck like one of my kittens and just shake them um, and make them understand. But I because I don't know how to get through to those people.
Well, it's almost like because there's such a patriarchal element to it. I think
Ooh,
that's what Brandy was saying. It almost has to be from someone like me, unfortunately.
Right,
And I'm not
right.
saying like, hey, I'm the only one or I'm the guy for the job, but I felt that since from the beginning. I'm like, we need as many voices speaking out about Christian nationalism as we can find.
Ryan,
But
do you know how many times a day in the other live, the one that's very tension filled? Do you know how many times a day men will come up on that panel and tell me to go make them a sandwich?
oh yeah,
yeah.
I've heard them. They say all. My thing is this: do they say this stuff to the women in their life? Like, I literally do
I've
not know.
wondered the same
Like,
thing.
are you just doing this to just, I don't know, to showboat on the internet? But do you really talk to the women?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you what, I had a very interesting conversation streak with my husband because I was listening to a song, and in the song, it basically said something to the effect that the song says, "My whole life has changed since you found me," yada yada yada. But in the song, it says, "You trained me." I said, "Oh, that's strange that he would say that a woman trained him." And so I asked my husband, I was like, "Do you think that women train men?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "What?" Like, I was like, so I'm like, so what you're saying is like you're following a set of rules in your head and how you interact with women. Like, he's like, yeah. He was like, I don't do this, I don't do this, and I don't do this, and I get the outcome that I'm looking for. Me, like, I know she doesn't like this, I don't do this. And I was like,
Hmm.
I told him, I was like, I don't think that way. And
Yeah.
he was like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, I learn you. I've learned you. I make an effort to know who you are as a person, and then I adjust myself accordingly, within reason, not saying that he like controls me or anything like that, but I I want to love him, so I learn him, right?
Hmm.
And then I was like, why are you running the relationship like a video game? I
I
said,
can tell you why, Brandy. I can tell, no, seriously, I can tell you exactly why.
go ahead.
So, two different things. One thing, that's the difference in the way the male and the female brain work, right?
I'm telling
It's
you.
just different. But the other thing is, if you go way back in family dynamics, right?
Mm-hmm.
The father typically was the one that went out to work, and the mother stayed home and raised and taught the children.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So boys have always learned from their mothers. And So they take, hopefully, if she taught them well, then
Right.
they'll carry that forward. Um, but they go into relationships remembering that it's their mom that taught them how
Yes.
to be the person they are up until that
And
point.
that's what he said. He was like,
Yeah,
he's like, sisters train you,
yeah.
moms train you, aunties train you. And I was like, but at what point do you stop being trained?
They don't.
And at what point not saying that he has to be like me, but at what point do you start learning? Like, when is it we call that intimacy, right? that, that's what that word is, right? Like,
Well, I think even when a man says that his wife is training him, I still think that that's a way of him learning his wife, right?
hmm,
Because if the wife is saying to the husband, "Listen, I don't like when you talk to me that way,"
mm-hmm,
and he goes, "Oh, check mark in my brain. Don't talk like that. Don't use those words. She doesn't like it." Even though he's taking that as training, that's still a part of him learning you.
okay. I don't know. I guess when I hear the word train, I think dog or animal, or you know what I'm
Yeah, or just
saying?
something like
Like I was real shocked. Like I was like, training, and I was, because in
yeah,
my mind, I
that
don't
doesn't
know.
sound good. I hear it like I would have the same reaction as you have to hearing the idea of either the spouse or spouses in general feeling like they are being trained. It sounds like something like a circus animal of some sort that you're trying to.
Right. Like I understand what he's trying to say, and my husband, he is not a misogynistic jerk at all. Like he is very thoughtful and responsive, and I mean, man, I'm telling you,
Oh man,
men,
can we trade?
listen, men are better with age. That's all I can say.
Well, no, see, but hold on, let's see. Better with age. Isn't
Fine.
64 aged enough?
I mean, I would really like to see my husband at 60. If 40 is looking pretty good, I'm like, what's 60? I mean, I guess it's just
Yep.
different for other people, but I just was very shocked by, and it made me wonder, like, how many guys out here are running audibles in their head when it comes to women in general, and which men are saying, I don't have to learn her. I just have to do this, and then I get what I want. That's crazy. Like,
Yeah.
we know there's game players out there, that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? But it's different when you hear it from somebody like I'm like, train. I'm not training anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know. It made me really think about how men think. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like how many guys out here aren't learning women. They're
A lot of them, and I think so. I think a lot of the misogynistic views that we have happening now. Um, I think it's because of exactly what you were just talking about, that
hmm
men have learned for so long that they were raised up and trained by females, and then if you get into a relationship, it means the same thing. And men have like dug their heels in and done a hard stop right where they stand, and they're like, "Oh, no, no, no. I don't want a woman training me. I don't want she oh no. The Bible says barefoot and pregnant, blah blah blah," which it doesn't, but that's what they think. And so they're running with that part. So I've talked
right.
about the pendulum swinging a lot. I've been talking about that for years. And right now it's swung just about as far right as it can go.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think it's going to swing back far left, and then hopefully it'll come to the center. But it can't stay where it is for very long. This
No,
is not sustainable.
no, it's not, definitely, because it's going to take one guy thinking. I'm telling you what it's good. It's going to be. I don't know. I know this is what I think. Okay, I think that men, and I'm not dogging men. You know what I'm saying? Like, I married one. You know, I've really good men in my life. But there are just some men out here who literally think that female and male intelligence is not equal. That's crazy to me. Like, Ryan, I have been in churches, right? And I literally ran circles around the leadership as a volunteer. And then when it was my turn to preach, okay, they finally let me do it.
Yeah.
I got up there. I'm talking about the kids, man. Like, they were like locked in. I had like visuals. The kids were answering questions while I was preaching. They literally pulled me behind the stage and said that I said something inappropriate, which I did not say. I was like, you heard that. I didn't say that. They were just like, well, we had a parent complain. There was not one parent that complained about my sermon. I said, you're just upset because you didn't know that you could talk like that to kids. I was talking to them about drugs. I was talking to them about, lust of the eye. Like, I made it super relatable. And they were mad that I did a better job.
That's exactly what it is. And I mean, there are times, I guess, that I feel like I can sense when someone like a Milk or someone like the guy that was, I want to talk to Lindsay. She's probably came in and out. Anyway, sorry. I can tell they're not listening. And I can tell they're not listening because the insight is coming from a woman. That's the reality. I can tell, like, oh, they're tuned out. And so that's why I almost like just begged Fast Track. Like, I know you are not going to listen.
Right.
And I know, like, I'm like, that's why I got ahead of you. I was like, give me 1 second just to plead to, like, maybe if I'm like, can you please just for a second think I don't know everything and I'm not right about everything, and just listen. Listen and maybe learn. And it's just not in the cards.
You can hear it in the difference of the way they speak to men and women.
For sure.
Or
And
don't
I think
listen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's so blatantly obvious.
Right.
Yeah.
And I told my husband, I said, it's funny that you say, like, like you're moving by a set of rules. I said, women, we also run by a different set of rules, but in order for us to run those rules, we have to learn the people that we're fooling with.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of us maneuvering in our rules. When with my husband, I don't maneuver in those rules because we're equals in our household. But when I go to a job or I have to deal with men at a church, I have to learn the men that I'm in the room with. Do these men value the voice of a woman? And I got to test them a few times to see where they stand. Then I know, okay, this dude, he don't believe in women preachers. This guy, he just don't respect what a woman got to say, but he'll smile in your face. You learn how to navigate men. I can't go here, I can't go there, or if I stop and get gas, if somebody approaches me at the pump, how I need to maneuver. I don't even look men in the eye because I know that in certain situations it gets unnecessary attention. Now, if I'm having a conversation with somebody, I'll look them in the face because I know what the hell I'm talking about, but in certain situations, I don't look a man in the eye because I don't want certain type of attention. You see that? Do you understand what I mean by rules, it's not rules where it's there's some
It's
it's
almost
a
like a discernment type of
yes,
thing.
it's a
Like
survival. It's a survival
yeah,
thing.
yeah, and
So is that because you're a female, or is that because you're a black female?
It's both.
yeah.
Okay, because I
I
like
never
when
get to separate the two.
okay,
Hmm.
because when Ryan just said it's almost like a kind of discernment. The way that you're speaking about how you behave, and I'm assuming that this is my white privilege. I am not afraid of anybody.
Hmm.
And listen, I don't move very well anymore, but I don't care. I'm not afraid of you. And
Hmm.
I'll be damned if I'm going to look down because there's a man in my presence. That ain't
It's
happening.
no, it's not
And
about it's not about being scared. I'm not scared of anybody. It's more about I just understand the world I live in. I under
yeah,
I'm a patterns thinker. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I understand patterns of life. Like this is just how some things are. This is just how some people are. And the thing about it is that I do try my best to give everybody an opportunity. But once you start showing me your patterns, oh, okay, this is how this person moves. It's an analyzation of the situation. Like I just, whenever I've worked jobs before, I'm always ethical, but my goal in a job is to make more money. In order for me to make more money, I have to move up. So what I do is, all right, let me look for the places in which people are not doing their best job. Let me make sure that I do that. I'm still serving that person, but let me make sure that I'm doing that to the best of my ability, because once I show myself competent, right, then I can be able to start moving up. Now, whether or not you get replaced has nothing to do with me. That has everything to do with you. I have served you to the
hmm
best of my ability, but I can't help if I did a better job than you.
right.
You see what I'm saying? It's just
Yeah,
about
Yeah.
oh, I agree with all of
it's
that.
yeah,
Yes, absolutely.
it's just navigation. Like it just I don't know, being black and being a woman teaches you how to navigate differently.
Yeah.
You know, I I'm not scared of anyone. I just know I just know how you gonna act, if that makes sense.
Um, that
Sorry,
makes
sweet.
that makes sense. I had the same kind of question mark. It's like if you can tell somebody is not listening to you, and I
Hmm.
know you said you can't separate the two. You like being a black or being a woman. You're like I'm both. I can't separate the two. But I didn't know if you could
hmm
ever discern like this person is not listening to me or not hearing what I'm saying or not caring enough to hear what I'm saying.
Well, at
hmm
that
Because
point, it's about okay. Well, if he's not going to listen, I could still be a teacher, because even though he wasn't listening, the other people were listening and they were engaging.
yeah,
And then too, especially from my LGBTQ plus community, I specifically tell certain things so that when they go talk to Christians, they can begin to teach them. Uh-uh. This is what the anthropology of the Bible says, because they don't know those things. And because they don't know those things, they continue to weaponize the scriptures against them. So even if he wasn't listening, okay, well, then it's just a teaching moment for everybody else.
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, it is what it is.
Yeah, there's other times like I've been in the lives, even the ones that came in here a few weeks ago, where there's maybe four smart people. I know you guys heard, or maybe you heard from Tapley, like he's just got a sharp mind. But you have these four people that are smart. Let's say they're a 7 out of 10 smart, and then somebody that's a 5 will recognize that the three men are a 7.
Mm-hmm.
but thinks that the woman is a 3,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
though she's a 7. Just because, so you'll see this 5 kind of like, oh yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. When the men
Yep.
share something, they are listening
Mhm.
and learning and receptive and like, oh wow, that's fascinating. And then when the woman who was also a 7, maybe an 8, she may be the smartest one up there, but when she says something that to me is also just gold, like free knowledge, like you are about to learn, just sit down, shut your face, listen up, because she's going to give you some insight. They're tuned out because in their mind she can't be higher than a 3 because it's a
Not
she.
only not only do they tune out, they will talk over women
Yeah,
repeatedly and continuously. And then if a man starts speaking, they're like, "Oh,
yeah.
what?
Well,
What is he saying?
I spent
Let me
some
shut up
time
and listen."
I
Yeah.
spent some time like thinking, like honestly thinking, does this guy that's a 5 listening to these people, does he really think that girl is who's clearly just objectively knows more about every topic that's ever brought up? She's just like, I think like factually smarter than him without question.
Mm.
Does he really not see that? Does he really think she's a 3?
He
Because
does because that's what he's been taught, Ryan. And
That
that's what he's
that's
continuously told.
That's
yeah,
just
it's,
that misogynistic mindset.
Hmm.
Like
Yep.
even if it's not sexually Ryan, right? They still think that in their mind.
yeah,
They still think women below
yeah,
me, woman
Hmm.
on bottom,
yeah.
Yep.
and
And it
and
is. It's like women, like you start the church. Obviously, is like women shouldn't be preachers, and that's just kind of it lays the groundwork for they shouldn't be teaching us. We shouldn't be listening to them. They shouldn't be informing us like we are above. Which is it trickles down, right? It's not just a matter of who gets to go in the pulpit.
right, because
It's
that's the most
who do we listen to?
right. I
Yeah.
mean, the thing about it is that, and this is the truth, Ryan. If women stop serving in churches all across America today, they said, I ain't doing it no more. These churches will fall apart overnight.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, these women are running these churches. I'm gonna tell you right now, when I served at that multi-campus church, there was a lady that worked in the office. If it wasn't for her, none of them jokers would have got nothing done. Because I had to work with her to get
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
done.
And they wouldn't have gotten paychecks, and they wouldn't have gotten nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing. They were just so clueless all the time. I was just like, what's I said, how y'all getting hired? I was
yeah,
like, man, y'all really getting paid to do nothing. I was like, you are wasting the church's money. That's how incompetent you are as a youth leader. And I say that with the most respect. That's as much respect as I can muster.
yeah.
I
I had
just
a. We had a. Did I tell you this already? I may have, Brandy, but they're doing this at my dad's church. They're doing like a, major names, whatever icons of the heroes of the faith or something like that. And so they're unpacking John Wesley. And I think about you, and I'm like, I'm sure you would be like, oh, what is this? All these guys that came over here basically to spread the gospel.
I can't even I don't even listen to them preach anymore.
I know. I know.
I mean, because the more I sit through it, the I just start seeing all. I'm like, man, you guys just don't even know what you're even talking about. You don't even know where this stuff comes from. You're just regurgitating
Yeah.
essentially in my eyes, I said, you guys are regurgitating curses. I mean, that because look at the outcome. I mean, they talk about witchcraft, right? But witchcraft is just what? Incantations,
Hmm.
spells, like, and
Prayers.
right, it's words formed together to produce an outcome. Look at the outcome.
this is a curse. This ain't a blessing. This ain't a promise. This is a curse. This is exile. I don't know what part of the Bible that they reading, but this is not what God promised. He said his kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. If this is what heaven looks like, come on. I mean, I'm creeped out. I mean, I said we are just being cursed over, and I mean, this is the curse of Rome. This is Constantine.
I thought of Rome. I watched the first episode of that. There's a documentary about Sean Combs.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of people are talking about it, I guess, or I think it's on Netflix or something, and it just went up, and I watched the first episode, and I thought of Rome all the way through, like the way that they describe, the way that the people in that network talk about the sexual ethics, like you always do, Brady. It sounds exactly like almost exactly what I would think Rome would have looked like in the 4th century.
Listen,
it's crazy.
If you look over there into the far corners of the internet, okay, they're showing it to you. It's just in a digital form. Like it is. I mean, when CK got pew-pewed, okay, and we all learned about all kind of stuff. I learned so much about transmaxing and all this other stuff, and I literally in my mind I was going, "Oh my God!"
Wait! I'm in the transgender community. I've never heard that term.
You need to go look that up. There's a I think he's green haired. He's a green haired fella on here. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna send it to you, Streaker. But I'm telling you, when you find out about it, Streaker, you gonna
transmaxing or masking?
Maxing with 2 X's.
Transmaxing. Okay. Yes. I'll look it up.
You got. I mean,
can you send it to me too, Brandy? Just out of curiosity.
Transmaxing.
I know, but whatever you were gonna send to Streak.
Yeah, I'll send it to you too.
Yeah.
But I learned all about the meme culture, and man, I mean, I was like, if this ain't Rome, and they are obsessed with Rome, that's another thing. Like they
I've heard
it come up. The admiration for people that are so amazed by the power and the strength and the domination of the Roman Empire.
So do you think that admiration for Rome is where our men today have gotten the idea that it's okay to physically take something from a woman without her permission, like that whole kind of behavior?
Listen, oh my God, Jesus. Number one,
Jesus.
Listen. Number one, okay. During the Bible times, okay, they lived under the Jews were occupied by the Romans, okay, which means that they had to abide by Roman law. It was they had what they called Roman house codes, okay. You had to live a certain type of way where the man was always in charge, right? Women had no type of social status, none of that. When it says that man is the head of household, they're talking about Rome. That was what they called you are the head of household. They are literally living out the anthropology of Rome in Christian churches.
Mm-hmm. And it's getting worse. I think I don't know who said they felt like it was getting better. Did you hear that earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
And I was like, boy, we're watching 2 different movies, because I see I see the ideology of like a Fuentes not as fringe anymore.
Right.
I
He's
see
getting
it.
like a main voice.
Yes,
Yeah,
and I
the
think
groypers.
yeah, and I think like I mean even a couple years ago or 6 years ago or whatever, there was all this heat that Kanye brought him to Mar-a-Lago. Do you guys remember that?
Mhm.
Like it hit the fan. They were like, and all the news outlets were like, this obvious like Christian nationalist white supremacist was brought by Kanye to have lunch at Mar-a-Lago. And so however long ago that was, it was like this dude is extreme, and now he is like
Listen,
becoming mainstream, right?
I don't
I
care
think
what.
Andrew Tate had a lot to do with the
Yeah,
movement that's happening now too.
But
yeah,
look, they're all right funnels. Every last one of them. Their main goal. The thing about it is, in order for them to get the kind of citizen that they want, right, they have to run a certain type of program to get it. And if you look at all the people that are involved in the alt-right pipeline, okay, misogynist, racist, you got, men over here who think that it is their theological duty to be head of household. Look at the type of people that they're attracting. They are forming the kind of citizen that they want.
yeah.
And it's being done via algorithms. And I'm telling you right now, Ryan, there is a pipeline from evangelical to Calvinism to orthodoxy. Once they get tired with being a Calvinist, because God, my God, being a Calvinist is soul draining. Think about it. They tell you up front, you are a wretch. There's nothing good about you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Then they run the tulip on you, okay, which is nothing but a Christian version of capitalism. Calvinism can be done in a secular way, and Calvinism can be done with Jesus on top. Either way, both systems are soul sucking. So what they do is they leave Calvinism behind, but they'll go ahead and pick up a little mystery with the Orthodoxy Church because it's still intellectual, right? And now it's connected to what they have already been conditioned to, which is Augustine categories. It's an easy transition.
Yeah.
That's where that debate came from. Because these Orthodox, now not all of them, because there's different traditions, okay? But these guys that I'm talking about, these MAGA ones, they literally believe that they are in the line of succession with the apostles.
The guys that you talked about were all Orthodox?
Yes.
Or the person that you had the debate with was an Orthodox?
Yes. And the first one I debated, he was pretty well. I said, he's been to school. I could tell that he's done studied. Now, there's a podcast group on there, and they've been engaging me too. Well, they were just, whenever they get caught, they just start deleting their posts. They're whack. But this guy,
I think I know who you're talking about.
he just kept, you got to go and check out my threads. He just kept going on and on and on and on. Ryan, I literally had him dead to rights. Like the debate was over. I was like, no, this is real, sir. And he was just like, no, the Greek metaphysics, that's what God wanted. And sir, they had a whole religion before Rome touched it. You're talking about colonizing the text. You admitted that the text is colonized by Rome.
Brandy, where do you think it comes
yeah.
from when there are young people, well, not just young people anymore, um, but like the young man that was in here earlier, who said that he's Jewish
Mm-hmm.
and he's also in a gay marriage.
Mm-hmm.
But then at the same time, the second part of his sentence is, oh my God, the Bible says I shouldn't be doing this.
Right.
The Bible absolutely says it's one man and one woman. How
Right.
can somebody be involved in any type of relationship and then in the same breath tout for a book that supposedly, I don't believe that it does, but he does. He believes that the Bible has rules against the way he's living his life.
Right. Well, and then too, I don't know how much into the Talmud. I don't know how into it they are. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
because there's literally articles out here talking about how the Jewish people, they acknowledge multiple genders.
So the Torah references 6 different
Hmm.
genders. The Talmud references 8.
Right. And so that's why I said, like, I don't know the extent of how much they're into it or how much they study the Talmud, or, because everybody's different. Just because somebody's Jewish doesn't, I mean, they probably have, how like some Christians, they go when they,
Yes. Hmm.
I mean, I don't
I
know what,
know.
I don't know what they call it, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all, you know,
I think cherry picking is cherry picking no matter what religion you belong to.
Yes. And, but the thing about it is that I respect what people don't know, because I
Okay.
understand that a lot of it is a lot of this is indoctrination,
Right. Hmm.
because they're purposely holding scholarship from them.
Yeah.
Ryan will tell you, Ryan, these guys they don't know anything about the Bible. They don't know nothing. They know skimmed stories.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. That's why I don't. You're no. You're absolutely right. Um, but your mind is also incredible, right? So like even when early on when you were a Christian, you're plugged into churches, you were able to recognize that what you just said. You didn't come to learn this in your last year of work.
so
You knew that these pastors even years ago, right? You're like, these guys don't know the Bible. They don't know what they're talking about. The pastors or the
well, yeah, because I was an apologist, so I was very heavily trained on being an apologist. Like I can get an argument down, you know, because I wanted to be sure. I'm not going to be out here looking like an idiot. So, I mean, but there were things that I knew about the Bible because I was curious. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't I learn about the people in the Bible? Like, that's stupid. Like, I loved going to like the other classes, but it wasn't until I started deconstructing that I realized how much was withheld. Because they do teach them, like, so when I was at North Greenville, right, you go straight from youth group. Youth group is they don't teach you nothing. They teach you not how to have sex,
Yeah.
reaching your friends for Jesus kind of thing, right? But it's very basic. And then you get dumped into a Christian university. Well, now you're around guys that really want to know the Bible, that really want to be pastors, I guess, or whatever. You got a few intellectual ones. You got some, they're just dumb. They're just taking the pastoral stuff. They're, getting through. Okay. But you take a very basic Old Testament, New Testament when you get there, and then you can take other classes. But I'm telling you, Ryan, like the stuff that I'm learning now, hell no, they didn't teach that.
Yeah. Brandy, what do you think draws these folks to orthodoxy?
They're drawn to the intellectualism of it because think about it, man. You gotta study all these church fathers. you you gotta know what they say, but also they like the mystery portion of it. So there is a little bit of mystery over there on the other side. The only thing is that they don't. So there's one church father specifically. He's considered to be the apothetic theology, like the negating. And the other guys liked him, but they didn't go hard enough. They wouldn't let go of their binary thinking. That's what Greek metaphysics are. It's binary ways of thinking. And they couldn't let go of the fact that God is infinite. They just could not. God had to be in a box. He's a being. He's a this. He's a that. He's not any of that. They wanted him to be a tangible thing, but God is an infinite being. He can't be the categories that you want to put him in. He's not a number. He's he's not a substance. That's what they were debating on the Council of Nicaea.
I read that in your article today.
Yes, and the thing about it is that we're all trained in that binary thinking. And that's why it makes it hard for them to leave. When you start talking about uncertainty with them, when you start talking about, I don't know, like when I talk to them about God being infinite, like they just cannot get it around their heads.
Do they say something along the lines of our finite minds can't possibly grasp the vastness of God or something like that?
I mean,
they acknowledge that he's infinite, no?
It's when I started saying that God is not a number. In them, they're used to saying God 3 and 1. So in their minds, God is a number, right?
Yeah.
In my mind, God can be whatever he wants to be because he self-identifies, Ryan. God says, I will be what I will be. What is what? What is that? Is it a who? Where? What? When? Why? What? He can be whatever. He's Streaker sometimes. He's Ryan sometimes.
Okay, that's exactly okay. Ryan, please don't hate me and don't ban me from ever coming in your lives again.
What?
So when in the live where there's a lot of tension, a lot of times men will come up and they're touting misinformation about God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was called a tranny 3 times last week, so whatever. But so I always ask them this question. This is why I don't want you to hate me. I say, "Oh, so you're a Christian?" Yeah. I'm like, "Good. I went to Bible college for 3 years to be a missionary. That's awesome. So let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you believe that God is all-knowing?" And the answer is always yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so my next question is, if you believe that God is all-knowing, do you believe that God knows what butt sex feels like, and why did he put your cum button in your booty hole?
But it's true.
It's very true.
It's anatomy.
It's very true. But I cannot tell you how offended they get by that question.
Oh,
That's disrespectful. I can't believe you said that.
But it's true, sir. What else is it back there for? Like, Come on. Let's be for real. Like, it's so frustrating to, I don't know, like, I'm going to say this. It took me a while to think about the Bible and not in binaries, but it took me a while to think about it differently. Like I kept bringing the binaries to the text, and that's not how it's supposed to be read. It's
Yeah, and we even had that discussion a couple of weeks ago when I was just like, either something is true, either the resurrection happened or it didn't. And you're like,
Right.
you still can't break that binary.
right.
But it's
The thing about it is, Ryan, because you don't need the body. Greeks need the body because they believe that God has to be a being. The thing about it is, Brian, is that God has no ontology. That's Greek thinking. That is their metaphysics.
yeah.
The thing about it is that the resurrection is the most important. They want you focused on the death part. Like, keep rehashing the death. And God didn't even think in terms of religion how we do. Jesus had his own theology that was rooted in the Torah. But the Greeks told their own story. Even though the Bible is written in the Greek, it doesn't mean they had a Greek worldview. They had a Hebrew one. It's Hebrew. And the Bible is meant to be contemplated, not systemized. That's not how Jewish people read the Bible. I think they said they sit down once a year and they read it cover to cover. They sit, they meditate, they look at one word and they think about how that word it's midrash. It's Jewish. And the Greeks put their bullshit on it. Excuse my language.
No.
That's what the
so
church
good.
fathers did. They do not want to hear that. Some of them were imperial. Yes, listen, absolutely. They were persecuted for 10 years hard from Rome, right? They show up, Ryan. I'm sorry, Streaker, I'm talking a lot. Y'all tell
No,
me
you're
to shut up.
fine. I'm enjoying listening to you.
Right.
Me
Listen.
too. I got more questions too. You know me.
So Constantine calls the Council of Nicaea. Okay? They spend like a month there. First of all, Rome had just spent 10 years hunting you down. If Constantine calls you to I think it was, yes, in his home, he calls you to where he lived. Are you going?
Of course.
Yes, you're going. There's no way you're going to turn down Constantine.
With one leg and one arm.
Yes.
I'll show up there dismembered out of
Yes.
fear. Just shaking in my boots. And I'm going to give him whatever he suggests, I say we believe, I will accept.
Right. And
or I'm going to be exiled or worse.
Yes. And here's the thing. You got these men and they said it was very lively. And I can imagine why. Like, because we have to come to a unanimous decision on how we say God is. This is basically what they were debating.
His substance.
Yes, his substance. What is God? Greek metaphysics don't go with Hebrew worldview. They're two different cosmologies. I
remember getting into that at Trinity. And I remember it sort of breaking my brain a little bit even then. The idea of what they were trying to debate and why they were trying to debate it. Yes. I remember having to write something or other about homoousios.
Listen, I can promise you, The vast majority of those guys have not even sat with the question. They don't even know to even think about the question. Like, I'm just
Yeah,
like,
even when we addressed it, it was like, I need to learn this to write a good paper on it, or to
right.
be able to pass the test on this church history. I don't know what class it was, but it was, that's just the way my mind was. It wasn't sit with this and think about why they are discussing
Yes.
homoousius.
It's let me get through the paper.
Let me get this right. Let me have
Yes.
a reasonable defense as to why I hold the position that I hold.
I think that a lot of them are not curious. They're curious about the church fathers. They need to be curious about the biblical anthropology, because this is where the story came from. Jesus was Jewish. He was a Jewish man. I don't understand what they're. This guy literally said, it irritated me so bad. He literally said to me, their culture doesn't matter because we have the doctrines of the church. What? You can't have Jesus without him being who he is. What? You are grafted in. What, did you not read that part of the Bible? Did you not read where Paul said, do not show contempt for the root? When you overwrite the Jewish people, that means you are showing contempt for the root. You can't say you follow Paul and you not even listen to what Paul was warning everybody what was happening. He knew what Rome was capable of. And you can't tell me Christianity is not the only religion that they colonized.
Right.
They're not the only ones.
So I don't I don't understand where, because okay, the thing that we heard in the other live the other night, nobody can convince me that this young man heard it in any church anywhere, right? He
No.
came up and he said, y'all need to wake up. I'm telling you, it's dangerous for all of us right now. And we're like, huh? What do you mean it's dangerous for all of us right now? And he said, I won't use the words, but he said, because Trump did what he did to Bill Clinton, which that's all rumor. I'm just repeating what this young man said. Because Trump did what he did to Bill Clinton, now our country is being run by the Jews.
Oh, Lord.
And I'm like, what? What?
Listen, when I tell you what, anti-Semitism runs so deep in Christianity. The thing about it is that they'll sit up there and they'll say, oh yeah, I care for them, this, that, and the other, but you totally disregard their own religion to their face.
Uh-huh.
Let's be for real. Because we all know how you're reading Revelation, right?
But I want to know where they're learning this stuff.
Through these end time preachers.
Ugh.
Yeah,
It's these end time Schofield. What's the other dude's name? Types.
Greg, what's his last name?
Darby.
Greg Locke. Greg
Darby.
Locke. No, Greg
Well,
Locke.
yes, people like him. They don't listen. They don't even know where this theology comes from. They just been preaching it, and they believe that it is the truth.
Is that even theology though?
It's not. Well, it is. Yes, it is. Because what happens is that they're taking the Old Testament and they're taking the New Testament and they're forming it's a series of doctrines that make up a theology. That's what's
Okay.
happening. I can't just point to it and say that it's a doctrine, because it's not just a doctrine. It's a series of doctrines that come together and makes their theology.
Okay.
Because, the way I read scriptures from a liberated standpoint. The
Mhm.
way that the way they read scriptures and the way I read scriptures are completely different. And my theology is liberation theology. They're reading scriptures in a format. It's been formatted for them across centuries. This is,
That sounds so unliberating.
it's very, I mean, think about it this way. It's unliberating for who?
For them.
And it's also unliberating for God, because they've shoved him in a box.
Yeah.
They say, listen, this is how we believe you act. That's what they're saying. They're coming to the scriptures and they are saying,
You as a being with a substance.
yes, this is how you act.
Yes.
But God said in his own self-revelation, I won't be boxed in. Because when you type out what he says, Ryan, if you type in, I will be what I will be, it will grammar check you. And it will literally tell you, this is a verb and not a noun. If you type in to the computer, if you type, what did I put in there? Oh, my goodness. I'll have to show you the pictures. It's crazy. The computer will literally check. Oh, it says, God is not a noun. It corrected me. I couldn't even type the sentence.
If it doesn't consider it a noun, what did it say it was?
God is a verb.
Okay.
Meaning that, think about it like, no, God's not a code. I'm just trying to give you like a vastness. It's like a self-perpetuating code, ongoing, all the time, always moving. The way that they picture God is they picture God up in heaven somewhere, looking down on everybody and, just allowing the worst things to happen to people to show them some kind of spiritual lesson. I mean, that's not how the Jewish people thought.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they believe that God was in history and that he was with them in the present. They were looking for him to show up. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about the Bible when it talks about angels just popping by the house.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's how they thought about God. It's the who they think he is versus how the Hebrew people saw him is two different ways. It's a different worldview.
Mm-hmm.
But they read it
a different type of theism altogether.
Yes.
What would you call it? Like pantheism, panentheism, or something like that, or no?
I don't know. I don't know what the correct term, and that's something I need to look up. That I'm still learning things. Like
there's pantheism and then panentheism, and one of them is just God and the universe are the same thing.
Pan means all, though, right?
Yeah. So I think it's pantheism that holds that all of the universe and God is the same thing.
Like he's time. He's how can I explain it to people? Like it's so it's. But the thing about it is, Ryan, is that's the way that the book is written, but they don't know how it's written. Yeah. Like,
and there's it's still an effort to put him in a container that you can understand.
Yes, I mean that's why I say he's infinite. Like that's what what is the guy's name? He was a church father in a Dionysius. I think
Yeah.
that's how you say his name.
Dionysius, yeah.
Yes, he was apathetic. Like he negated. And the thing about it is that I think it was Augustine. No, it wasn't Augustine. It was one of them. He didn't negate enough. He wanted to keep his binaries intact, and so that made him cathatic. He's not. It's two ways of thinking. It's a third way of thinking because you have what's the word? You have your binaries, but it's the nuance. It's
Yeah.
the stuff in the middle. Like that's what the Bible is trying to get you to see.
It's
They want,
both and it's neither.
yes, you have to. The Bible says choose life or death. Okay? If you come to the text with life, that means you're going to see life. If you come to the text with death, you're going to see it. You're going to see what you're looking for when the Bible is a mirror. That's what James said. The Bible is a mirror. You're going to look in there and it's either you're going to catch the lesson or you ain't. Are you going to see Abraham trafficking his wife? Are you going to see Hagar being disposed of like trash? Or are you going to see how Pharaoh colonized the Israelites after Joseph left this earth? Are you going to see that David had his that he had his moral authority revoked in front of his whole entire kingdom for being too bloody, for what happened with Bathsheba, and that he ignored the stuff happening in his family? You have to see power. You have to see empire. The story of Abraham is a cautionary tale. Abraham was exiled. He died in exile. That's liberation theology. That right there
Yeah.
is seeing power in the text,
And
seeing
not how
how
I've.
patriarchy ruined lives, seeing empire. God was so opposed to empires, opposed to them. He was like, what y'all need a king for? He was trying to warn Abraham, hey man, you left Ur. I'm calling you out of Ur. I'm calling you out of empire thinking. Come be in covenant with me. The empire thinking never left Abraham. Why do you think he was going to sacrifice his son? Because the other nations around them were doing the same thing. They were sacrificing children. God literally told you and Abraham, I don't have to sacrifice children. So why would he sacrifice his son? Rome.
That's so good. It was never taught like that.
Um,
It was never taught quite like that.
There's a reason why. You know why? Because the early church, and people just didn't put it together. The early church was already being affected by Rome. It never stopped. What do you think that they were talking about in the book of Revelation? Those are real churches in the Asia Minor. And some of them mixed up with Baal worship, Jezebel. They were already doing it. So this whole thing about apostolic succession is hogwash. It is, when I hear Orthodox guys say it, I'm like, what are you talking about? They were literally already doing it. Paul was warning about it in the text. That's why he was telling y'all, hey man, don't be listening to all this other stuff out here. Because it's empire thinking. Empire thinking is binary. You do it our way or no way. No. People don't know what they're reading. And they've done this on purpose. It is so evil. Because you can't tell me these patristic scholars out here don't know the truth. They literally study the church fathers like toilet paper on ass. Okay? Come on. These Orthodox guys, you trying to tell me, as much as you read, these dudes will literally tell you they're Neoplaticists right out of their mouth. They will tell you. They're literally quoting Aristotle in pulpits right now.
Well, like, by what would we recognize? What would they say that you would hear and say Aristotle?
Oh, listen, you know that little pipsqueak, the little short, loudmouth white girl that preaches. What's that girl
Oh,
name?
yeah, I know who you're talking about.
She literally got in her pulpit, Maleficent or something like that. Melisandre, that's her name.
Millie, I think. Millie?
Did I just call her the
Maleficent.
The Disney,
Yeah. From the Descendants.
evil person.
It's like Sleeping Beauty.
Listen,
I think it's Millie.
she literally quoted Aristotle himself from the pulpit.
Do you know what she said? Or do you know like some of what the quote is or any of it?
She was talking about being good citizens.
Oh, yeah. That's straight from Aristotle, huh?
Yes. And they are overriding the liberation of the Hebrew worldview.
Yeah. Brandy, can I ask you it's kind of a pivot to a different type of question,
Okay.
if that's okay with the rest. I don't know if Ian, welcome back.
Hi. Yeah,
Good to see you.
I was just scrolling back. I've been actually working on a sermon for Sunday, but came back and I was like, oh my gosh, you were talking about. I just had to pop on to say I so appreciate, Brandy, what you're talking about here. Like that lens,
Incredible.
that lens of looking at. I mean, really, like if you're reading, even just reading in English, like reading the Bible and thinking that you're getting the full picture.
Yes.
It's like you're so many layers removed from what it probably said, what it probably meant, and like so. Anyhow, everything you're talking about, I'm like, oh, I want to just sit at your feet. So here I am.
That's how I feel.
I appreciate
Brandy,
that.
it should come as no surprise because Ian is a pastor and he's going to give an awesome sermon, I'm sure. I am not those things. I have my own call to ministry, or what I'm good at with ministry, and it is not preaching. And I'm good with that. I love what I do. But I told Brandy, like I connected with her shortly after I joined TikTok, and I feel the same. You just kind of summed it up better than I would. You articulated it better than I can. I feel grateful, and I feel like almost like a thank you is in order in a sense. Like it's a gift to get somebody's time. I've heard that from other people that I respect, even on social media, but in real life. But like you choose who has access to you, right? And access and time are sweet things. And so it's like I've appreciated the gift of everyone that's come into this or been part of this, but certainly the two of you and Earth, and it's awesome having Ian in, but I do feel like a gratitude to have this access. And in some ways I feel like it's a blessing to get to learn all this. So I'm just grateful. I say that sometimes I'll be on these lives, or like even when on the crazy ones or on the quiet ones, like even now I'm sitting on the couch and I'll say to myself, like, this is fantastic. This is fantastic. Not just the education, but all of it.
I
Like,
appreciate
I
that.
love it. I'm like, I
I've
love.
been studying a lot.
I know. I love it. I can't wait to see how what you do as you continue to.
I think I'm gonna submit a thesis for. I seen Dan McClellan put something up. They're trying to do things around religious trauma, and so
Mm.
part of what I've done is I didn't want to just deconstruct. I didn't want to deconstruct Jesus, and this is a very logical answer that I'm giving. So I want y'all to understand that the ethics of Jesus, they are holy ethics. Period. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if it's secular, it doesn't matter if it is religious. Jesus has a divine what is it? He has a divine story. He has a divine ethic.
Hmm.
But the thing about it is that other religions also have divine ethics. And there are places in which we do cross religiously if we're honest about what the Bible is. And the thing about it is that most church people don't understand about cosmologies and how they work. They don't understand metaphysics. When you remove all of the stuff off the Bible that Rome put on it, okay, it's ultimately going to lead a person to read the Bible and see God the liberator. Period. Because you have to understand the people and what they desired. And the thing about it is that we have created a monster. It's not the same. And we're going to have to be honest. These scholars are going to have to be honest. Because the scholars are almost there. For some reason, we're not dealing with the Rome problem. But you can't tell me they don't know. There's too much scholarship out here. I'm sorry. A lie is being ran. And I don't know if it's because they don't want. I don't know.
Brandy or Ian or Streak, how do you define the church? I know that seems like a big jump, but I'm curious what you think of when you think of church. I guess Brandy or whoever.
I used to think of church as that building that I went to Saturday evening for prayer meeting, Sunday morning and Sunday evening, and then again on Wednesday evening. That's what I thought church was, right? I don't think of that anymore when I hear the word. I mean, I see churches on every street corner, but that's not like my what my core feels about the word church is something that's within me and how I relate to or um, have communion with God. And it can be every day, it can be every 7 days, it can be once every 27 years, right, Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the way I look at it. I don't see it as a brick building where people go in and congregate.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
Streak. I was at, and then I wanted to hear from Ian. Streak. I was at a service. I went with my dad to the Presbyterian church that he and mom went to for 10 years, and now he's going back. So I joined him for this All Saints service. It was on November 1st. It was a Saturday. And I think in the Presbyterian Church, they do it every year around Halloween, around whenever All Saints Day is. They have a service where they read, and part of that service is they read the names of folks in the church that have passed in the last year. So that's why I joined Dad, because they were reading Mom's name.
Okay.
And so they had, I don't know, 13 or 15 names, and I think the majority of the people whose names were read had a family member or 3 or 10 present, and they read through each of the names, and it was just me, Dad, and the caregiver that took such awesome care of Mom. But I said in my head your son's name. I just wanted to tell you that. I hope I'm not oversharing.
Oh, wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Wait, what do you mean you had his name?
Maybe it's not fair to share.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
So it was Caleb, is that right?
Yeah.
I read his name out so after I just said it, I just announced it at the church. No one knew who I was talking about, but it started with this All Saints service. They read the names of these 13 or 15 people that had passed, one of which was my mom. And then they opened it up and said, and anyone else who would like to share a name. And there was like 5 or 10 people that just said Franklin or something like that. And I mentioned Caleb. So I don't know why. I don't know why it just came to my mind for whatever reason. So and I don't think I've ever been to one of those services before. It was really cool. But when they opened it up, you came to mind. So I forgot to tell you that last Wednesday, but
No, oh my gosh. I love that. And I love you for thinking about me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
yeah, you bet. And you bet. It came to my mind in the first second when they were like, when I realized what they were doing, because I think it was in the bulletin, but it just sort of happened where we finished reading the 15 names, and then random people just started saying a name, and so I sort of figured out like, oh, maybe this is someone that passed 5 years ago, so they're not on the list. But so anyway, I love you guys, and I've thought of you and wanted to share that with you. Ian, what are your thoughts on I obviously grew up thinking of church in the same way. It's a building that we go to, not quite as often as Streak was dragged there, but I was there a lot.
Yeah.
And I've sort of thought, I know a little better now that the church, my understanding of it is it's kind of the collection of all of the followers of Christ make up the body, make up the church.
Yeah.
So it can be me and whoever, or people in other countries, and all of us collectively are the church. And even most pastors, I've heard pastors say from the pulpit, like, this building is not the church. We are the church, something to that effect.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if you or Brandy like had anything. How I'd be curious how you think of it.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I probably grew up with more of that idea too. And I just want to say, Streak, I think and wait, what's your name? Ryan?
Yeah, I'm Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan. Okay, cool. Hi. Like that's so beautiful. And I think like my answer, like, wow, I just feel really I guess honored to have heard that interaction. I think that at its best, what the church can be is, the Greek word ecclesia, like the gathering of people who provide care for one another, and who are so perhaps intrigued by the story of Jesus, that they would want to be in a community that practices that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really hard. I think my answer, like, I could give you the academic answer, which, is a very like white man thing to do, like give you the academic, like, well, the Greek is ecclesia, but like really, I think it really just comes down to like, community of practice that wants to do that wants to do life together, and is intrigued enough or believes, trusts in the teachings and message of Jesus, that that we want to live it out. And like, we can't do that alone. I think that there's this sort of, the church that I'm a pastor of, it's called Fabric, in Minneapolis, and it's kind of I'm super intrigued by your profile, like Reconsider Church, and church, like a church for people who've left the church. The church that I pastor is Fabric, and it, like, one of our little taglines or whatever is church for people who don't like church.
Yeah.
And
Ryan.
and so, like, I feel like I'm in kindred spirit here, but yeah, I think that there's like a three-stranded cord, the Ecclesiastes, a three-stranded cord is not easily broken.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if I'm floating out here by myself as a single strand, that's pretty easily broken. I feel broken every day when I read the headlines and I experience the grief in my life and the loss and the reality of evil and cruelty and
Mm-hmm.
greed and all of, the power dynamics that are at play and that control us and everything. But then, then I can take it a step further and sort of twist my strand around the God strand and go, there is a wellspring of well-being that I can connect to in a deep way. And even in grief, I can have joy. And even in pain, I can find sustenance and hope. But even a two-stranded cord, me and my God, it really, that God starts to look a lot like me. And that's a God created in my image. And then, so the third strand is, I think, like, other people. And that's where it gets really messy, because people are really people-y. But like,
Yeah.
but like, yeah, they are. We've seen it tonight in this live stream. Like, but like, I think it's when we risk vulnerability and we choose connection, and we recognize that, like, change in me and in others happens at the speed of relationship, that we really start to, like, squeeze the good juice out, and that's where we really get
Interesting.
strength. And so that, to me, that's a long answer to your question, but I think that that's where I'm at, where the church at its best is the opportunity and the gathering of people together to practice living
The only
life.
the only
Yeah.
problem I have with that part of it, Ian, is
Mm-hmm.
that, like, I really want to like people,
Mm-hmm.
but then they start doing things like breathing and talking, and I just,
Chewing too loud, right?
Listen, I get it.
Yeah, totally. That's where it gets really messy, doesn't it?
It's, yeah. I mean, it's crazy, like what we're living through right now.
Yeah.
I think about it a lot. I'm like, man, we are really living in something crazy, and I wonder if, like, sometimes are people starting to forget that, like,
Mm.
if it almost feels like some people just give into it. Sometimes I feel like they just.
hmm
Yeah.
I'm like, man, you really got to fight, like, this constant messaging, like it's just nonstop. Like, I don't know, like when I.
But Brandy, it seems to me that, like, I have people that I know in my life, and I think in my family to a degree, that avoid the headlines. It's just too much,
Right.
and so they don't. It's not that I know what's going on, but I'm at least trying to pay attention and to stay engaged to as much as I can without being overwhelmed. So, because we want to
Well,
know, like,
I
this
know
is
I don't
what's.
mean it in that way. I mean, like, I don't know, like, I don't know. It just seems like
Are you talking about people who just kind of, like, throw their hands up and go, well, there's not anything we can do about it?
Well, I have
it's like,
people.
I mean, it's like they're compromising on total freedom. Like, I
Yeah.
mean,
Mhm.
it's like they it's like they know better. Like, come on, man. Like, you know, these people deserve rights. Like stand up. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, we know that you don't believe half of this crap that you're doing because number one, I see all the groups you're in. You go to the same ball fields we go to. I know who you hang out with. Okay? I know that you doing salsa night down there having margaritas at the local Mexican restaurant and you and your girlfriends go and get drunk, but you over here telling people they need to live a certain type of way. No, no, ma'am. Let's stop this, Sharon. Let's stop this today. Because there's a lot of hypocrisy going on out here.
Mhm.
These same people voting for MAGA, voting for Donald Trump. No, you doing as much dirt as everybody else out here in the street. You love culture. You keep railing about how much you hate it. Well, if you hated it that much, you would roll up like the Amish did, get you a little piece of land, live off the land, and shut out. Listen, nowadays, you can literally watch what you want to watch on TV.
It's on
Yes.
demand.
You can set channels. There is ways that you can funnel out the culture, but you won't because you're gonna go see Taylor Swift, baby.
Right. Yep.
Stop it. You're gonna go see Jelly Roll and all these other people out here. Stop. You was at Post Malone the week before. Stop playing with me.
Are you ever envious of people that have their head in the sand?
I mean,
No.
I don't know if that makes sense, but there's sometimes that I encounter someone who's maybe willfully ignorant. Like they're just like, I don't pay attention to anything. I have no idea what's going on with anything.
They're lying, bro. If
You think so?
Yes. The reason why they won't disconnect from culture is because they love it. They
addiction.
love it. Okay? Stop it right now. If you say you're so holy and the culture is not your eye, stop it right now. I don't know the difference because who is really listening to Taylor Swift? And that is no shade, but she's not that good.
But she's not what?
She's not that good.
Oh, okay.
She's just Taylor. I can't explain.
Brandy, what are your thoughts on how you think of church?
Okay, I'm sorry, I was acting up.
No, I love it.
Keep going.
I just wanted to get everybody's take at some point. But we can finish.
My idea of church is choir. My idea of church is when people pull up with their trunk or treats and they give candy away to the community. My idea of church is going on a women's retreat, cutting up, having a glass of wine at this random German restaurant in Helen, Georgia. Like, that's church. You know, when the guys get together and play basketball and hang out, that's
It's communing.
church. Yes, it's community. It's everything is not right now. People just showing up. They don't know each other. I mean, they do the house church thing. I've been in churches like that do, and I'm gonna tell you one thing. It was all the misfits that had the best house, and we was in that house.
What's the house church? What is that?
So like you do like small groups in home, and we had our own small group, and we were the misfits. Like we really, I mean, we had barbecue and we drank beer and we just didn't care about all that stuff. But we loved God enough to show up and be there for each other. We knew each other. It just wasn't shallow. That's church. The other stuff was church. Not now, though.
Like
It wasn't church.
everything you mentioned is essentially community.
Yes,
Yes.
touching people, having fellowship with one another.
Mm.
That part is church. The other stuff, it's performative.
This that's happening right here, right now, this is church.
Yes. I feel like a lot of the other stuff is just extra. And you have to get back to the heart of what church was. You want to, here's the thing, you want to use Deuteronomy to rule, but you don't want to use Deuteronomy to pass Jubilee.
Oh, heck yeah.
So listen, that's why I say, which Deuteronomy are we reading?
Mm.
Is it the one where you get to rule and be Christian nationalists, like they like to use those verses? Or do you want to have Jubilee? Do you want to pass laws that make sure that people are equal? Do you?
Yes.
Give me those Deuteronomies.
I feel like there's been a lot of 49-year periods where we have not forgiven the debts and we have not returned land to people and we have not done any of that stuff, right?
We go a lot back further than that.
A lot further than that.
Listen, America has never repented.
Mm-mm.
Not for one thing. The Southern Baptist Convention didn't even apologize until what, 2006?
1995, I thought it was. I thought it was like 150 years almost to the day. 1845 to 1845 to 1995. I think. I could be wrong about that, Brandy.
Because you know why? Because they were still mad that they had to desegregate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was and the apology itself was trash. It was like
Yes.
it was the least heartfelt, like the least remorseful, actually like repentant type of apology. It was not that at all. It was garbage.
They got dudes in the SBC right now, like doing apologetics for slavery in America
In 2025.
I bet they're
in
furious.
2025.
I bet they're furious that they issued that apology.
Listen. I've been in the Southern Baptist Convention. Black people just means to an end.
Mm.
I'm telling you how they do.
Mm-hmm. I still want to hear more about the church, but you mentioned what you just said. Black people are just a means to an end. I saw there was a video from the real Joe Smith. I think you've interacted with him some, Brandy, right? Like you've.
Yes, I like him.
Yeah, I do too. And he's got a huge audience and he's been doing this a long time and he's also a pastor. So he's really articulate. And he did a video just a week ago or something about how people like me that see oppression or whatever want credit for acknowledging the oppression. And then then we want the oppressor to explain to us how we've been oppressive. And then I want to get cheered on when I start to try to combat the oppression. I expect the one that was actually oppressed to cheer me on for my work. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not saying it nearly as well as he did.
Listen, America ain't even done the bare minimum. If you really think about it. And the thing about it is that they've been doing not even the bare minimum to white people in the nation too. But for some reason, when the Heritage Foundation was started, okay, and the religious right was started, they had a man that was working for him. His name was Lee Atwater, okay? Yep. I'm going to give you a synopsis of what he said, okay?
I remember that quote.
Yes, yeah. the N-word quote.
Yeah, but you just call it taxes.
You call it tax cuts.
Tax cuts. Yep, exactly. Yep. Busing.
And so when I ask people, when I show them that quote, I say, tax cuts, huh? What does that mean for you? When you when it literally says in that quote, we know that this will harm black people. Or no, we know that this will harm white people, but it's the black ones that we're gunning for. That's basically what he said.
Mm-hmm.
So they know by way of, listen, there's always going to be a white man on the bottom. He just thinks that his bottom isn't as far low as your bottom. There's a difference in the floor levels, or at least in his mind. We have what we say about it.
And that's
And
just it. As long as there's somebody below us, we're okay.
right, as long as there's just somebody, it's hierarchical thinking.
It is, and I think that's what I made some videos about, like the whole this love the sinner, hate the sin. It's my least favorite phrase ever, because it's just that anytime I hear it, it's like it's never in reference to my own sin. It's me. It's the person hating someone else's sin, and it's usually the LGBTQ community, right? That's usually what people have
That
in
is
mind.
correct.
When I
Yeah.
hear the phrase "love the sinner, hate the sin," I immediately think, all right, this person is somebody who is looking down, like needs someone on a level below them. They've got that hierarchy in place, and I already know who they're talking about.
Right.
If I say, what do you mean by that? Like, give me an example. They're like, well, like with all this trans or something like that. They go right into it. It's so predictable.
It's literally misogynistic thinking. Misogyny. If a man tells another man or another woman how to be sexually in accordance to their own rules, that is misogyny. How do you get to control my sexuality? On an
Because in the
institute.
Bible it says it is wrong, and a
Listen,
man should be a man, and a woman should be a woman, and you shouldn't switch. And if you think that you can be something different, then you're not real, you don't exist, and you're just playing pretend.
what she just said is institutionally taught.
Yes.
Absolutely, and for the same, what that person that said that Streak was quoting, they just need someone on a lower level than them. And so that's the way to do it. So maybe I got sin, sure, fine, but I'm not as bad as they are.
Yeah.
And
It's binary thinking, up, down. It's baked into. That's what I'm telling y'all. This is what Greek metaphysics do. It orchestrates a worldview that becomes behavior.
Ooh.
This is learned behavior that they are seeing, hierarchies, binaries, that type of men lead. Lead what? Lead what, sir? There's only one leader, and he's above you. And because he's up there, that means that he is the mediator of the whole entire household. You, sir, don't lead nothing. We are co-stewards of this. That is what God said in Genesis, that we co-steward together. We are equals. I am etser kenegdo, which means corresponding to. I'm standing eye to eye with you. Me and you share the same intellect. Don't play with me. I am intelligent, and I don't have to prove to you that I'm intelligent because the Bible tells you that I'm intelligent. Idiots. It is the most frustrating thing as a woman For a man to act like we don't. Ooh, I'm about to cuss. that
When
we
I
don't
say,
that we don't have intelligence, sir. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
Yeah, that part.
Oh my God, there's so many women out here that run circles around men. What are you talking about? What are you reading in the Bible, you buffoon?
Yeah.
Oh, Adam was created first, therefore he's in charge. Where that say that at in the Hebrew, bruh?
Yeah, exactly. Where does it say it in the English?
In the what? Please show me. I mean, I'm just like, oh my God. Like when I'm telling you, when I broke all of that crap down, when I just picked it apart,
Mm.
I said these brothers are putting scriptures together that give them the go ahead to be the Roman head of household.
Yeah,
That
that's right.
Yeah.
that boom, that's the end goal. They Romans. These are Romans. Call them Romans. Every time you see them and they're talking all that misogyny, say, hey man, you're a Roman.
Yeah.
You follow Caesar.
Mm-hmm.
See, please go learn about Roman house codes, sir. Go
Mm-hmm.
learn the anthropology of the Bible, sir, because you idiots don't know it. You know a script. These doctrinal seminaries, they got them on scripts.
Yeah. That's been a part of my own journey, I would say, is I grew up Lutheran, so I'm ELCA, Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, which is like the progressive Lutheran branch, if there is such a thing. But the seminary I went to was very much like, we proclaim and confess the Lutheran confessional documents and yada yada. And the first church I served at, I was like 6 years in, and I'm going, I'm just doing cosplay. I'm putting on this costume every Sunday and performing like a 1955 version of like immigrant faith, and I'm not a part. I'm not a part of this. I don't even see myself in it. I don't know why people are listening to me, and so I left that job, and it has been a journey in the last 2 years since I started in this new place, where it's like, I think we all have a certain level of like, it's not deconstruction. I don't believe in and of
No.
itself, because I sort of feel like we end up throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I do think
Yes.
there's a juicy nugget in there that's worth holding on to, but sometimes we got to peel the layers off of it, and we need to learn the anthropology of the Bible, and we need to learn about Roman house code, and we need to learn about like what, is the Bible actually written in English, or is it written by a whole bunch of people in a variety of different languages and from a variety of different cultures and contexts and all that. Because if we're going to read it in a wooden way, it's not doing any good at best, and at worst it's dangerous.
Yes. This is what you're seeing right now is very dangerous. And this is why I'm telling you it's dangerous. Doctrines are analog.
Mm,
Analog means that it can be digitized.
yeah.
Please tell me which doctrines you don't want to be in algorithms.
Mm,
I'm telling you right now, when I deconstructed Calvinism all the way down to its theological root, Aristotle is sitting on the bench.
mm,
He's the last one on the bench. Once you kick off all the other ones, John Calvin, Augustine, blah, 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 boom. There's Aristotle sitting right there at the end of the roster.
mm.
Constantine I'm gonna say this. He is the greatest emperor that Rome ever had.
Hmm.
If you ran his stats, if you ran his stats up, he has made more Romans than any Roman emperor.
Ooh, hot damn.
Shit.
Wow, Brandy.
Brandy,
Come on.
I'm gonna have to push back on that a little bit.
There is no pushback. This is history. You don't understand what I'm saying to you, sir. This is
Oh no.
literal history. This is documented. This here has scholarship. This is not a debate.
Yeah. I've what's the name? Casual observer. We're just kind of listening now. I don't really want to. It's already late enough. Brandy, you answered one of the questions so well before I got to ask it. So I don't need to ask it, I guess. But I've been in a couple of lives where it was all women talking about men. And it was interesting to listen to it for a little while because it was not very positive, of course. And I'm not saying that I disagreed or that I like felt the need to get up there and like make a case for myself. I was just like, wow, that's intense. Like that particular group's frustration or animosity. But I want to learn it. I want to learn what's at the core of that, if that makes sense.
Right.
And I had the same experience in a couple lives that I just was in the comment section, just listening in with all black folks, talking about the white community. So I know those are really intense questions, and I hope you understand the spirit that I'm asking them. Because I listen to them and I'm like, I want to know, I want to hear it. I want to hear what it is.
I get
And
it.
you just
I don't think it's that intense, Ryan. The the live that you were in, that it was all women, speaking about men and their frustration and their animosity, it comes from oppression. It comes from the fact that we're human beings in this country, and we have laws written about us, and laws telling us what we can and can't do with our bodies. And at the same time, there's not one law in this country that is written telling white men what they can or cannot do with their bodies. There's not one law written against a white man. So that's where it comes from. It's
Yeah,
very
what was that
simple.
quote? Do you remember weeks ago when Viper Vet came in and he asked that question? He's like, "Name me one."
Hmm.
Remember that? It was a long time
Yep.
ago, but he was like, "Name
Yep.
me one." I tried to I almost tried to write it down, but I think it was, "Name me one law that has ever been passed that gave white men a privilege," or something like that.
No,
Do you remember that?
that gave women um, power over men.
The
That's
quote
usually how they ask it.
I forget what.
They said, is there any law that's been written that restricts a white man in any way?
Yeah, that was it. That was what he asked, and that was such a good question. I think we were all kind of like, wow.
And the answer is there is none.
Yeah. I think what you do is you think about it for like a split second, and then you realize, oh yeah, there's going to be none.
They've never been restricted in this country.
Yeah.
Unless they oppress a certain class. That's something they have done in this nation. They've always made sure that they create a poor white working class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They did it since immigration. Think about it. They brought over whoever I guess they wanted to bring over, but then there were specific groups that they started targeting. This is what I think. This is just my personal opinion. This is just what I think. Okay. There's no scholarship. Maybe there is. I don't know. I believe that they picked on certain white people to train them how they wanted them to be.
Oh, oh,
That's what I think. I think they bullied them into it. Either A, you can be a white man like them, or you can be a white man like us. That's what I think.
well,
Actually,
I think that's,
there's a
I,
book called Race, The History of an Idea in America by Thomas F. Gossett that kind of outlines that, actually.
I mean, that's just
yeah.
the way it looks.
No, that's the way it sounds, Brandy, because I talk to so many young white men, and they will tell you flat out that they're being oppressed, and I'm like, how?
Mm.
Like, you think you're oppressed because somebody who sits in the Oval Office right now has told you that you are a poor little oppressed white boy, and you
Hmm.
believed it.
Now, well, I don't know. In this economy, he might be a little oppressed. He just don't know it yet. That's the problem. He doesn't know you're a fool because you don't understand how colonization works.
Right.
It never stops. It has to keep going to feed the capitalistic system. So they're now feasting in house.
Yeah.
Listen, the world is not playing anymore. Think about this. Look at all these places that's erupting in protest. This whole dictator nonsense, bro. We have the internet.
Mm.
How do you think you're going to continue this charade? People are
Right.
learned. We know how authoritarians move. My question is, when will white people get uncomfortable enough?
I felt like I hoped we were getting close, and then I see like the
Mm-mm.
rise of Fuentes, and it makes me discouraged. Like we're not as close as I hoped we were.
Mm.
Like, it's happening to you. They're colonizing you. The middle class is disappearing. They literally built it. Well, not with cheer. they try. Listen, the billionaires back then, they were trying to fight FDR. You think they wanted to give their money away? No. Like this, we forget a lot. Listen, life is theology.
Yeah.
People live what they believe.
And budgets are
So
moral documents.
I want to say something, and Brandy, correct me if I'm wrong. And Ryan, I'm not saying this to come at you. I'm just saying it as a statement of fact. Um, the fact that you can say that you thought that we were getting better, that comes from white privilege.
I I I hear you, and I'm not saying
Okay.
that I disagree.
Okay.
But in my mind, it genuinely, authentically comes from a place of needing some hope,
Right. I understand that.
and
I do.
it's not like a, and maybe that's just like you see where things are heading, and I'm not trying to be unrealistic about that. It's just okay. So where do you put your hope? Where does
Right.
this change? Where does this bottom out? Where, and I kind of thought like, all right, maybe, and it's not just like I see other people that I trust, like bigger names that are posting like this is starting to crack. This, whether it's the MAGA movement or this whole thing that's been happening for however long it's been happening is starting to buckle or starting to break, or there's leaks in the dam at least. Are you seeing those headlines as well?
Yes, I mean for sure. Like I think that here's
So
the
then I
thing.
get hopeful. Like, go ahead,
Yeah.
let's let this
It's
crash
going to
down.
take some time yet.
Let's
It's going to take some time yet. It's not going to happen next week.
yeah.
No.
We're
This
talking
what they're
years.
doing to people is this is psychological what is happening. And
Oh
that's
Mhm.
yeah.
what people need to realize. These people have figured out how to get in your head.
Mhm.
Think about that. People forget about Cambridge Analytica. All those quizzes, they're binary quizzes. Do you like this or do you like this? That they're figuring out your fears, what triggers you, things that cultivate your worldview, and they know how to manipulate it. Did y'all watch Bad Faith?
Yeah.
They literally talked about it. They were targeting these people. They understand how metaphysics work because it's analog, it's categories. This is unhealthy what we're going through on purpose. And if your house is not, this is what Jesus said. This is he was a master class in metaphysics. Okay? He says, if your house is not built upon the rock, what's going to happen?
It'll crumble.
Hey, Ryan, I just popped back up to chat about Fast Track to see if you guys had made any headway with him. But Brandy, let me know that you guys didn't get anywhere.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that was we gave it a good go.
Yeah.
Actually, I gave up when I don't mean any disrespect, but he back to back said two opposite things. He said that he's kind of agrees that we should not be in the forming a Christian nation, or we were not founded on Christianity. But then he also said that he disagreed with that. I don't know. I gave up.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I believe Christian nationalism is just a few steps away from fascism light, because of the authoritarian worldview that it holds. When he came up and he defined Christian nationalism, I knew that he didn't really know what he was talking about. I think a lot of people who identify as Christian look at the word Christian and look at the word nationalism and just kind of see them independently, because nationalism.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Right, but Christian nationalism together means something entirely different than simply being a Christian and loving their country. It means, as Brandy so eloquently explained earlier, it's about replacing secular civic democracy with an authoritarian theocratic state. And I think that he kind of exemplified that sort of incuriosity, right? He didn't want to really know what it was.
Yeah.
As soon as he asked the question, well, I mean, I knew him right from the start, but when he asked the question, it was important to him that he knew what political affiliation we had.
Yeah, that was weird.
You're right. I mean, people who aren't Christian nationalists don't feel the need to ask that, right? But people who are, because he wants to identify you as part of the in-group in order to believe you. And if you're not part of that in-group, then they're not going to believe you and continue to gaslight you with all of this stuff. All of the stuff that he said were facts were not really facts per se,
It's just your opinion, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I have trouble deciding, and Brandon and I have talked about this before, and maybe Streak and I did as well. We talked about how time is a commodity, and how much of that do we spend? I don't want to be like not welcoming. Like I want anyone that wants to come here, but I don't want to waste a ton of time on that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would way rather do what we've done the last hour. Personally, but maybe
all
that's
you got to do is tell the truth. They don't like the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell the truth.
Should we
Listen.
do it quickly so we don't have to waste our time?
Did you catch it when he asked that question? I said, before I answer that, I just want to know, like, why are you asking?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he just
Yep.
shut down.
Yeah, you cut me, fortunately, because I was just like, come on, man, of course. Like, do you honestly think from what you've heard that these are all, like, we're a big group of MAGA up here? That's where my mind was. I was, like, frustrated.
Right.
Like, is that not obvious? Like, you've been here for 20 minutes. You think these other 5 people are going to be like, we love him. We love everything he's doing.
God bless that demon.
Yeah, it was really important, like I said, that he identify you as part of the in group
Yeah.
and stuff. I was going to say something. I was going to mention. Oh crap! I've got tip of the tongue syndrome. I'm 56, so I kind of forget what I was just about to say. What was I going to say?
You can hop back in.
If it comes to me, I'll say it.
Yeah, hop back in if it gets to you. Brandy, can I have you finish on the church? Like, I know how you described what, like, your impression is the community when you talked about when you think of church. You gave 3 different examples of community, and then Streak said that this is church, and I love that because that's obviously the goal is to try to create. And I know I told Brandy this before. Like, I want this to be as close to what the church should be as possible. Whether that means like what you think of when you think of church, or what Jesus meant when what was on his mind when he talked about his followers, if that's what the church is.
Mm-hmm.
What should it look like?
So I guess for us, the thing is, when you think a certain way theologically, like, your circle gets really close. Like, people here locally, I think maybe the Unitarian pastor I've talked to, another pastor. So I think that because I think differently on a theological level, this is probably the only place that I get to talk about my new beliefs. Because my real pastor is dodging me. He doesn't want to talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
You sound like one of those troublemakers asking too many questions, Brandy.
I've wondered that. I've wondered for you, and maybe I asked you at some point. I've wondered if it's been a lonely year. Because, man, if you put the effort in, obviously.
Yeah, so for like my pastor, so what happened was I deconstructed all the male chauvinistic bullcrap in the Bible. I exegeted everything and I laid it out on Substack. And I sent it to like the smartest guys in our church. I think I've scared them.
Did you get any responses? Any feedback?
One of the guys, he just kind of looked at me and he was just like blinking. And I was like, "You got any questions?"
He just looked at you and blinked.
Right. And then one of the other guys, I don't know if he's still reading it or whatever, but like, he was like, "I just don't know about this. I just don't know about this." I'm like, "We can talk about it. Like, let's, I mean, I laid it out. The argument is there. They can't say that they can live like Rome. They can't do it. That means that they basically nailed Jesus to the cross. Because that's how they thought. Jesus wasn't simping for Rome. They literally killed him. He caught a sedition charge. He was a threat to power. Man, read your Bible. They want to make Jesus out to be this, I don't know. Jesus was hard, okay? First of all, even before John was killed, right? Jesus was already speaking up a little bit. He's talking to the religious people. But when John got killed by Herod,
Got
Jesus,
radicalized.
his ministry escalated.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing, so you know when they say they did like the palm waving, the Passover, that was a political theater type of thing. It was a satire. It was a joke because Pontius Pilate was doing the same thing. He
Mm-hmm.
was making fun of Rome. He was essentially saying the emperor has no clothes. Like,
It was political theater.
yes, it was
On
political
Sunday.
theater. Yes. That's exactly what it was. But they've turned it into, I don't know. They're reading an allegory on top of the text.
Spiritualizing
Yes.
the practical and practicalizing the spiritual.
Yes.
Brandy, do you think you're going to be able to stay in the church? It sounds like you've challenged them in a way that might be problematic.
Okay, so
Well,
what
this is
this is what I did. Okay, I don't feel like what I did was problematic.
Okay.
I feel like me and these guys, we have different kind of conversations. They're asking questions about Ethiopian Bibles. I know this one guy, he talks about this, that. So I know they're having different types of conversations. I just threw my hat in the ring.
Hmm.
Why can't I throw my hat in the ring? Hell, I'm a woman. What?
and you didn't really have any people that bit. Like they just looked at you and blinked. No one was just like, explain this to me or what. No follow up, huh?
They just kind of fell off, didn't say nothing else about it.
Interesting.
I was like, okay, well,
What a
this is,
shame.
but you know what though?
Their
They're
loss.
the way
I know,
look,
right? You, exactly, Ian. I'm like morons.
the way I look at it is this, because I'm gonna write up a thesis about deconstruction, reconstruction, what that looks like, because what's happening is that people are out here deconstructing, which is healthy. It's a healthy thing to do. Your theology is supposed to grow. You're supposed to think bigger about God. Like, if they really read Bonhoeffer in its own anthropology correctly, they would catch on. Because that's what Bonhoeffer was. He was negating. He was thinking bigger about God because it became more relational. He needed God to be more near in this situation.
Yeah.
Your perspective changes when you're going through things.
Yeah.
They don't read that in the Bible. They don't look for that. They're not reading with empathy. They're reading for an end goal. Don't explicitly read the scripture, implicitly. It literally says that in the Apologetics Bible that the Southern Baptist Convention put out.
When you got to put out your own Bible, you know you got a problem.
Listen, what they're saying is, don't look at what Abraham did. All that's important is that he became the father of many nations. But Abraham died in exile. They missed that part of the story. He died in exile because he was willing to sacrifice his son like all the other. Empire never left Abraham. Abraham never said he was sorry. He never even asked for it. He never said sorry for none of it.
Hey, I'm going to drop, but thanks for having me up, Ryan.
Yeah. Thanks for coming in.
Brandy,
Thanks, casual.
just one parting pushback. I would think I would prefer, or I would select Augustus, Trajan, or Marcus Aurelius as the best Roman emperors. I think Constantine's definitely in the top 10, maybe the top 5, but that would those would be my picks. Anyway,
I'm sorry to you, but listen, the stats don't lie, brother. Listen, it's
all right,
about how many Romans can you create.
we'll have to agree to disagree then. So have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
That was cool.
I love it. I love that you just laughed.
I
So
love
good.
it. Sometimes I get ahead of myself. I was like,
Yeah.
it's okay. He was cool about it.
So good. Well, I asked those questions because I since I started this, it's obviously been a season of grief. Like this whole project has overlapped with a lot of grief.
Yeah.
For me since the day it began. But in the back of my head, more in the last few months, it's been like, just keep going and try to make this what the church should be, whether that's like how Jesus defined the church or what he called us to do or what the church should look like. I want to get as close to what the church should look like as humanly possible. But I think we had to start with like defining what church is. And if it's community, and I agree, how do we do that if it needs to be like physically in person, or maybe it doesn't? Maybe this is it. Should we do something? I know we talked about doing something to help the poor, and I know Brandy, you already do quite a bit. I've seen just pictures on your page or wherever, threads about what you're doing to feed people that need it or clothe people that need it and do stuff that I think the church should do. I have been as faithful as I can be. I don't think we've missed any since we started this. I take my kids to do something every weekend because we don't go to church anymore. It's been sort of a relief to be like, to not have that. Because I had in the back of my mind, like, we need to get plugged in somewhere, especially when we had kids. Like, we need to take them to church because that's what you're supposed to do, right? And then when I started this, I was just like, all right, but I'm not going to do this like lightly. And I'm pretty sure we're supposed to do stuff to help the poor. That's what the church is supposed to do. So I take the kids the first Sunday of the month. We pack lunches and take them out to some homeless folks in our area. Put a little bit of money in there and hang out, talk with them. And the next Sunday, I take them to a senior living facility that I go to all the time, and then that one's free. We just spend time and hang out, and talk with the people in the nursing home, and I have the kids sing songs. We take some money to the Central Elementary School that has more impoverished families and pay off. We take, I don't know, $40, I think, and say, can you put these toward the accounts of kids that don't have money on their accounts? And I met with the director of the dining room so that she would know what I was hoping to do, as opposed to just, like, sometimes I have a negative balance just because I don't pay attention to my kids' school balances. And I was like, don't do that. Just like, who really, like, put this toward who really needs it, not to somebody that's just delinquent like me. And so she has been. So I see her every month, and then we give some money to the teachers at our kids' school. So I'm trying, like, to do something to help the poor.
I think that's the stuff what we're supposed to be doing. Like, we always say, oh, we got to be like the early church. Man, they were paying off people's debts. That's what the scripture says. The scripture says they were paying off each other's debts. It says that people that had more than others were selling their properties to help people of lower status. That's the stuff we're supposed to be doing. That is what's going to, okay, put your money where your mouth is. Because that's literally what atheists and all them be saying. If you say who you say you are, then things should not be the way they are right now.
Yeah.
I agree
Like what?
100% with that.
Like what Bible are you reading? And they're like, oh well, they make up all kind of excuses. What are you talking about? There is no excuse. What do they keep saying? It keeps driving me up the wall. They say, well, nobody is forcing me to do it. That's the whole point. Nobody should force you to do it. This is just something. This is a social contract. Stop it. Your kids don't deserve more than my kids.
I
Period.
had a I had a guy tell me one night in a live.
Hmm.
He we were talking to them about the fact that I can't remember how many now, 13, I think, states had turned down money from Joe Biden to go towards feeding school children in the summertime that didn't have money for food. And Florida was one of those states, by the way. The governor of Georgia said that, or no, sorry, the governor of Alabama said that they didn't need that money, that too many of their kids were already fat. So we were talking to this young guy, and he said, listen, I don't think that they should get free lunches. And we're like, well, why not? And he said, if they're hungry, let them go get a job. And I said, sir, we are talking about 5, 6, 7-year-old children. And
These
he goes,
people
yeah,
know
let them go get a
better.
job.
Man, listen, these people know better. I'm sorry. You
Like, it's just
you
so
freaking know
stupid.
better. Like, stop playing in our face. At this point, if you don't see it, it's because you don't want to see it.
Yeah,
Because
Yeah.
it's in your face every single day. Okay, you tell me this. You go on your job and you tell the black women at your job that you're taking their spot. Go do it. But it's okay for Charlie Kirk to say,
right. Yeah, absolutely.
come on now,
Right.
let's talk about what we saying here. You know the stuff that they saying is total BS. Listen, Henry McMaster, my governor, just said that, the government jobs that you can get through procurement, he said he's removing all race related DEI efforts, basically. But you know what's funny? Woman didn't come off the list
Of course not.
because you know darn well
No,
that,
white women didn't come off the list.
right, because these men are putting their businesses under their wife name. And that's how they be getting those bidding jobs.
Wow.
So, no, these people know what they're doing. They know what they're saying because they wouldn't say it to your face.
Exactly that part
I don't
right
care.
there.
I don't care if you got on TikTok where nobody can see you. But no, come run that same mouth in person. You keep saying, we're all this and we're all that. No, then come sit down and listen to what people got to say.
Right.
You don't want intersectionality because that means that you have to learn how your actions affect everybody. You don't want DEI because now that we finally giving them a shot, they making moves.
Yeah. Yep.
And they outperformed you. And your offices started looking a little bit darker. That's the problem.
It's the whole replacement theory.
Right. Ain't nobody
Bullshit.
replacing you. Man, go have your babies. I don't care what you and Becky do. Whatever you do, whatever y'all do in y'all's bedroom is your business. Just like whatever I do over here is my business. But Becky, I'm sorry that your business ain't good. Not my problem that your man is a male chauvinistic jerk. You need to correct that, but you won't do it because you benefit from it. You can have a
Does
good man that treats you right, that has
does she
empathy.
benefit? Does she benefit from it, or she thinks she benefits from it?
I think she just thinks she does. I don't think there's any way possible that she actually benefits from it,
Look
other
at,
than like if her dream, her whole life
yes.
was to be a stay-at-home mommy, she may be benefiting from it like that.
She's
Look
living
what
her
look
dream, right? Just driving a
look
Range Rover and not having to work.
Yeah.
look what they're trying to sell them. They are trying to sell them this notion that you just get you a good, godly, patriotic boy
Make
and
kids.
you make kids, as
Yeah.
many babies as you can. Forget birth control. And I'm going to go to work and you're going to stay at home and you're going to be with the kids.
Yeah. I absolutely. One of the last things I remember seeing from CK was like a congratulatory message to Travis and Taylor, and then something along the lines of, "Now Taylor, it's time to go
To
home
make
and
babies.
make
Yep.
kids." Yeah, I was like,
Yep.
that is wild. Like
Yep.
Like,
what you just said is one of the last things I remember seeing.
but the thing about
Yeah.
this, Ryan, is that it's a secular attitude as well. See, that's the thing about Calvinism, is it can also be secular. That's a capitalistic mindset. I can have whatever I want.
Mhm.
That's an empire mind to say I can have whatever I want at the expense of anyone.
Mm.
That is an empire mind. And they have their own version of it.
I don't even understand how practically they're going to try to sell this. Like nobody, like you can't not pay anybody any money, and then like you're pushing everybody toward poverty, and you're also telling them
Yep.
now go to only one working parent. I'm like, you know what?
Right.
It doesn't even sound that bad. To be honest, I'd rather have my wife. If I made would got more than a 1% raise against this 10% inflation, I could have Kayla not have to work. It would be great. She would love it. It's not because I don't think it's because she's like bought into the thing that's the dream is to be a stay-at-home mom. It's just it's busy.
That's not every woman's dream. I'm sorry. I love my kids and I have stayed home with both of them because guess what? Daycare is expensive.
Yep.
Hmm.
At the time when my youngest, man, I'm making what, 10, 15 bucks an hour on
Hmm.
a on a job that should be paying me way more than that. Like, it doesn't make any sense and I got to pay daycare with that. What's the point?
But it's not just that they're pushing for a one parent working household. They're all at the same time they're pushing for just the man to go out and work. They're also pushing for the women to have more and more and more and more babies, as many as you can have. Have
Yeah,
all the babies.
I just don't
And we
understand. Like
want you, yeah, we want you
even
to support all those babies on this one.
with no money, and
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
with an $8,400 deductible that you have to pay to the hospital when
Yeah,
you have that baby.
I'm
yep.
trying to tell you.
So I don't even understand like practically what the game plan is, because even if I was sold,
They need consumers.
if
They need
even if I was convinced and I was like, all right, I got it. I should be the only one working. Kayla should be home and have 9 more kids.
Oh my
Message
God.
message received. But how do we do that then with some crap salary and $8,400 per delivery?
They know what they're doing.
You
Yeah, but
need to work harder, Ryan. You
how do
just
they?
need
I
to
know.
work harder.
I know they know what they're doing. I just don't know how they're going to convince anybody to sign up for it.
They're
I
just
don't
gonna
know.
But
keep
that's the whole
pushing and
thing, Ryan.
pushing.
They are. These young men are signing up for it.
I think, I mean, maybe they'd love the idea when they're 19 or something like that. But if you get out in the real world, especially if you go to school and you get some trade job that you can't rent a 2-bedroom apartment on that salary, at what point is the practical piece going to like override the messaging and be like, oh yeah, this doesn't work?
So it's not just the young men. My oldest grandson, who's 19, has been dating this girl for a little over a year, about a year and a half. And when he, and I mean very first, started dating her. Now, she's in nursing school,
Oh, with
and my
Louisiana?
grandson is a welder, right? So together they could make pretty good money, right? Um, but from the very jump when they started dating each other, he was sitting here one weekend talking to me, and his phone just kept dinging, right? And it was her texting him. And about three of the texts that she sent him were pictures of um,
Oh.
newborn infants, and she wrote below the picture when. And I told him, I said, you need to tell her to lay off that shit.
It is.
Ian, thank you for coming back up. I wanted to say that I am very grateful that you joined us.
Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm so glad to be in community with you all. Thanks for the conversation.
Welcome to
Did
our
you get
heaven.
did you get
Absolutely.
dropped? Did you get dropped down, or did you go down and then request back up, or did I do
I
something?
I requested back up. I think it was actually my connection kind of glitched and everything
Oh,
kind of reset. So
good deal. Well,
yeah.
you're welcome to continue to hang out, but I saw your message that if you need to call it, you can call it. But I wanted to make sure I told you how much I appreciate you being part of it. I
Yeah.
have respect for somebody that hears Brandy and is just
Hmm.
and is like, this is like the fact that you left and went and did whatever you did this evening and then came back and literally said, I just want to sit at her feet, which
Yeah.
ironically you're like right below her in the
Yeah.
panel. You're like,
It was my choice right there. That spot
yes,
right there. Yeah.
yeah, I'll just sit at her feet and learn.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I have the kind of similarly like with my dad. Sometimes people come into my dad's life for a minute and then they're like, time out. Can I have coffee with that guy at some point, or can I spend more?
Mm.
Like, and I automatically have respect for that person. I have a social worker that just started at our company and came across my dad, and he's just like, can I ask your dad to get together for coffee? And it made me just respect the guy that I work with because he could recognize greatness.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so
this is
I've admit,
very much a room of people where like there's a spirit of generosity and the most generous possible interpretation and yet conviction and hearing people speak with conviction and passion about what they believe and everything is something that I can't get enough of that. So it's been a joy tonight, and I'm really eager to continue to be in conversation and be in community and whatever that means in the internet, right?
Yeah, like
yeah,
we have all kinds of people. We have Christian agnostics. I don't even know what I am. I don't know what my label is. We got atheists that come through here who
Yeah.
happen to be slash Buddhist slash whatever. all the
Okay.
things, all the things that Earth is.
I just recently said, like, I feel like, I'm a Lutheran pastor, but like, I'm also kind of an agnostic pastor because the people who are talking don't know and the people who know aren't talking anymore. So like there's a lot to learn and wonder about, and we just need people to do that with. So
Right.
yeah.
here we are.
Here we are. We do this every Wednesday night. Just FYI, at 9
So
o'clock.
excited for next Wednesday.
Yeah, every Wednesday. We're trying to be. I have to do that for myself. I know I've mentioned that before, but I'm trying to be consistent because I have a very addictive personality, and because I love this, I'll want to do it every night until 3 a.m. and it'll just
Oh
not
yeah.
be good.
Oh yeah, tonight's
So
my
I'm-
fault. I'm sorry.
No, this is
Yeah.
perfect.
I normally
This is
warn
perfect.
you.
This is perfect.
Oh,
The only
well.
the only one that was rough was there was one Thursday that I had to be up at 5:45 in the morning, and that hurt me. But most often, it's every Wednesday I try to start right at 9 Eastern time, and we go till 10 or 11 or 12 or 1 or 2. All of those have happened.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, this is
But,
great.
but tomorrow is my 10th anniversary.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay.
December 4th, 2015. So we're
Awesome.
I don't know what we have planned. I know I got a cool present. You guys would be proud of me. It's a good one. It's a good one.
Play that Prince. Play that Prince.
Is
He's anointed.
yeah.
That's right.
Are you
I'm
going to tell
terrible.
us what it is, or are you going to leave us hanging?
I'm terrible with presents in general, and I try, and I'm just kind of like 10 years in, you're kind of like, is there something you really like, or can you help me, please? Because I'm just going to buy you something. You're going to be like, oh, not quite, or I would have way rather had this other thing. Like we're far enough into our marriage, but she slipped up like a year ago, and she told me about this coat that she saw on when we got married. We went to Italy and then to France, and then it was a really cool trip.
Mm.
And then we stayed in Florence for a couple nights, and there's this fancy, there's all these streets in Florence, obviously, but there's one street that has all the expensive stores on it, like in a lot of cities.
Like Rodeo Drive?
Kind of, yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe not quite that fancy, I don't think, but close. So she walked down that and she saw a coat that she told me about a year ago. She's like, oh, I always loved that coat from the moment. And we had just gotten married when we went on that trip. And she went to New York a couple of weeks ago with a friend. And it came up again. She's like, I saw that coat again. And I was just like, oh, I love that thing. But yeah, so I got it.
And you were listening.
I was listening, so I paid attention. It's a good one, right?
Yeah.
It's a good one. But there's
Excellent.
it's a little bit of an outfit. So it's a coat that is kind of expensive. And then the hat and the belt, it's kind of a whole thing. So I got 3 things because our 10th anniversary is tomorrow, and then her birthday is the 24th, and Christmas is the next day, of course. So
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3. I got all 3 of these things, and it's gonna be like spread them out, one present at a time.
That's good, Ryan.
It's good, right?
That's awesome.
That's
Yeah,
great.
Yes,
very good.
see, that's how you learn a woman. You hear me?
There you go.
Learn. Ain't no
I do.
training
You know
in
what?
that.
You know what I thought? I know when you said that, my mind went to my kids, because I'm prioritizing learning them as opposed to training them. Like they're to an extent I am. To an extent, I want them to be kind to others and to show respect, and like there are things and to take care of the poor. Like I'm trying to instill. This is why I follow Christ. This is what it means. This is what it looks like to follow Christ. This is why we're going to, and I tell them that, like, we're going to go help the poor. We are the church. But
Ryan, that is training them up in the way that they should go.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
the
it
way
is.
you should
That's
go. Right
But
there.
I have been very grateful to have increasing fascination with my kids. And I made a post about this, but again, I'm not a pastor, so it wasn't super well said. But it was basically like the more I find myself fascinated with my kids, the more it makes me want to get to know them. And it's happening, and it's kind of it's just been great. When I approach them now, I'm just like I wonder what they're thinking.
Can I tell you an Ebby story real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Ian, Ian, right? I don't have my glasses
It's
on.
Ian. Yep. Yeah, you got
Okay,
it.
cool. So you don't know, but Brandy and Ryan know. My 5-year-old granddaughter, my daughter, her fiance, they all live with us, and my 5-year-old granddaughter's on the spectrum. But she's this little genius person, right?
Yeah.
And so we had a lot of trouble with her at the beginning of the school year. And then her neurologist put her on some medication. Now she's like this perfect child in school. And so this week she came home and she had two things with her. Um, One was a little certificate that said, "You're a star." And I was like, "Oh my God, Evie, that's so awesome." And then she goes, "I have this one too, Granny." And it was another little certificate, and it had a coupon for her to get a free meal at Texas Roadhouse.
Uh-oh.
And
Ooh.
she got, listen, she got Student of the Month. What?
That's awesome.
I love
Wow.
that.
That's
So
awesome.
she was um so they had pictures with Santa the other day in school. And so Kate bought her this really pretty dress and boots to go with it, and it's just like it was so cute. It's red plaid. And I had been up all night the night before, but I had told her before she went to bed, wake Granny up in the morning so I can see you how pretty you are before you go to school.
Hmm.
And so she did, and I had only been asleep like an hour and a half.
Listen, but I'm gonna see you in that dress, girl. Bring it in here. Let's see that dress.
I felt her pushing on me, and I woke up, and she goes, "Granny, you left eye knot opening." And I was like, "I know, baby, give me a minute."
I
And
love it.
so later, and she was right though. Like my left eye was just like, "Ugh." Um, and I was thinking about it later that day, and I was like, "Wait a second." She was facing me,
Mm,
so that means that she understands the concept
Mm.
that if you're facing someone,
mm,
their left is opposite of your left.
mhm,
Mm.
mm, mm,
Ooh.
Hmm.
mm. I love that kind of stuff.
Oh man.
Genius, baby. Mhm.
Kids are
Yeah,
so
She is.
she's
smart.
changed a lot even since I met you, Streak. No, I mean
Yeah.
that's a big difference
hmm
than 3 months ago.
Yeah. Oh, oh, definitely.
That's incredible.
Most definitely.
That's
Mm,
incredible.
Yeah. I'm so proud of her. Like, that baby is my world. And I used to, so when my oldest grandson was born, that kid was my world. Like, he was everything to me. And he was the only grandkid for um, 4 years and 11 months to the day. And so when my daughter was pregnant, I was so scared. Like I was really truly worried because I loved Ethan with everything that I had,
mhm,
right? And I didn't know how I was going to love another grandchild
mm,
as much as I loved him.
mm,
And both of my older grandkids, I got to hold them about 20 minutes after they were born.
mhm,
And so when Ashlyn was born and they gave her to me to hold, I just looked at her, and I'm not kidding you, it was like the Grinch's heart, and it just grew like
Mm.
Mhm.
so much bigger, and I wasn't scared anymore.
They say
And
that
so
kids are grandchildren are their sense of healing for older people.
I
Mm.
I believe that.
They
I
are,
believe
For
yeah,
the
that.
grandparents. It's a
yeah. When
they
you,
get to do some of the things they wish they did,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or
Do
they
it a
s-
different way.
or they see their kids in a different way that they didn't see
Mhm.
them before.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You
And you
know.
learn with the generation. Like I remember watching my wife's mom when Gabe was first born. She just sat on the couch holding him for four
Yeah.
hours while he
Yeah.
slept. And it's like the
Yeah.
wisdom of a grandmother. Because
Mm.
my wife and I are running around, like there's so much to do and so much to get done, and you don't just stop and sit and hold a baby for 4 hours.
That's one of my
And
favorite things
unless
to
you're a
do, Ryan, is
grandmother and
hold
you
my
know that you have
right.
that wisdom.
And
Yeah.
that's one of my favorite things to do is just hold the babies when they're
Yeah.
tiny. Like I
Yeah.
love, but then I also love them when they're Evelyn's age and like you said, you're learning.
Yeah.
about them through the things that they say to you, right? And the
Mm-hmm.
things that they like to do and that kind of thing. Like I I adore my children. Don't anybody get that twisted. I adore my children. However, my grandkids, that's something special.
Mm.
Like that's really
No,
something special.
I've heard that from so many
Yeah. You can see it.
grandparents. Yes.
Even when I take these kids
Mm-hmm.
into the senior facility, it does something in that
Mm-hmm.
facility that you wouldn't believe. Like
Yeah.
they just light, and it's not even their grandkids, obviously, but they
Yeah.
just light up to see that generation, to see
They want
youth.
to see youth. Yes.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
it's a beautiful. That's probably my favorite thing that we do each month, and we go to where my mom was.
Oh.
So it's because I probably told you that story before, but she was in a women's only memory care facility is where she spent the last 2 years of her life, and that was never the plan. She got scared of my dad, which is
Oh.
just as part of the dementia. Like it was
Right.
Yeah.
heartbreaking and difficult, but we had to make a move because she couldn't stay there. So
Yeah.
she had to go to this behavioral health thing, and then when she was done with that treatment, they were like, "Can we take her home now?" And the psychiatrist was basically, "There's no guarantee how she'll respond. Like she could have the same response to Dad that she had 10 days like before the whole hospitalization." So he was like, "I think placement is probably the only safe way to go." So we did that, and that facility ended up being such a blessing to us in 100 different ways. It's just some of it you can't
Ryan,
even make up.
was your dad able to go and visit her at
Uh-oh,
the care
I
facility
lost
or
you.
no? No.
Can you hear us, Ryan?
Sorry, I broke up for 1 second. No, they were in their own home in Broken Arrow. Is like 10, 15 minutes from where I live, by Tulsa. And one day, it was April of 2023. No, 2022. She had an episode. My dad called us and was like, "Mom is freaking out," and ran out of the house saying there's a man in the house. And
Oh.
I don't know. So it was a whole, and the man, I guess, in her mind was Dad, which is strange because her dad was wonderful to her. So I don't know I don't know.
But was he able to go to the memory care
Yes,
facility and visit her and it was okay?
yeah, it was a blessing in itself. And all those
Okay.
things, I can tell you little by little because it's a long story with a whole bunch of cool elements to it. And it's a big deal to me. This is why we moved here to help her finish well. That's the whole reason we moved from Chicago down to Oklahoma. I don't like it here. I would never choose to live here. But we made the decision 4 years ago when we saw the changes with Mom. I'm like, I can't be up here helping all these people at the end of their life doing hospice work in Chicago and not be there for my own mom and dad. So we moved down here, and I mean, none of it was how we would have, like there was so many, we wouldn't have scripted it that way. Like we never saw that coming. I never saw a chance that Mom would be like, well, what if she gets terrified of Dad for some reason because of her brain just kind of malfunctioning. And so we had to take her and ended up at the memory care place. But now that's where I take the kids, and there's memories there for me. It's kind of a healing trip to go there. I still go there for work actually. So I'm at that facility a lot. But I take the
I
kids
think
once
that's awesome.
Yeah, I
that's
take the
cool.
kids once a month, and they just light the place up. It's awesome.
I'm glad there's a place that helps people finish well. Not just lay around and go. I would think that'd be terrible to do to someone, to just let
Stick
them
'em
lay
somewhere.
around and go. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Yeah,
like they're still human beings.
Yeah,
And I'm glad that there's a place where you can go and it helps the whole family finish well together.
yeah,
And it's that's special.
yeah. And it gave my dad the opportunity to be her husband instead of her caregiver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
is
a whole
a-
different identity.
Yeah, which is a great a great thing. I did that to an extent too. I took over the caregiving piece for mom, all the administrative stuff, and it was a lot. It's a lot to manage all that. But we did it and finished well, I think, and she lived well, so she finished well too. But yeah, I love going to visit there and taking the kids because it's just it brings those residents a lot of joy.
Yeah.
So that'll be homework. If you guys wouldn't mind, let's think about what should we be doing, or what should this look like? And all I came up with is we should do something to help those in need or the poor, or however you describe it. That's all I came up with so far. So,
As far as for the church?
yeah, as far as what we are doing.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be rigid, like, hey, we're going to do this and we're going to do it on this
Right.
day or this time. I don't care if we all do something different, our own way to, like, you're probably already doing things. If it's given, paying for somebody's meal or giving somebody a few bucks at Walmart that's short, or whatever it is. Like, I know we're all already doing these type of things. But I wanted to build it as a community, like this is what we're doing together, if that makes any sense.
For Ian, something that once I started like reading like Black liberation theology and stuff, one thing that I have come to realize is that pastors need statistics in one hand and the Bible in the other.
That's right.
And I believe if you say that because I view it as a prophet's job. When I say that, it's because you're telling people the truth with God's word. So that makes you a prophet, because that's what prophets do. They tell the truth about what's happening. We've turned it into fairy tales. No, these were real people who lived in certain situations under empires and stuff.
Yeah.
And I believe that it's a pastor's job to stand up at City Hall and be like, these are all the areas in our community that ain't doing well.
Yeah.
Why aren't we funding these things? I believe the whole concept of missions, what the heck are we doing? We are literally patching what the United States is doing. I'm having to go to these countries and do this missions work because you won't stop sabotaging them. Missions work is supposed to teach people how to resist empire.
Yeah.
Missionaries, if they're really about that life, they need to learn how to speak truth to power wherever they go. This is not how you treat the nefesh of God. You can't say you care about their souls, but you don't care about how they living. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's why you separate it.
You have to put the body and the soul back together.
Yeah.
Stitch them one
and
thing at a
keep
time.
it together. When I see you guys, I see all of you. Like, you're a whole soul. That's what nefesh means. It's not whatever the church fathers was talking about.
Yeah, that's right. What?
Like,
Something like that.
Oh, sorry. I feel it was my microphone. I'm sorry. I just feel like as a pastor, that is your job.
Yeah.
And if you don't know, get with the local people in your area that this is their job. And they can teach you about what's really happening in your community. Those people are the real missionaries.
Yeah. I have long given up on the idea that I'm going to lead a mission trip, but I've been keeping my ears and eyes open for who are the missionaries coming to me.
Mm-hmm. Like,
On yeah,
Who
tomorrow,
who
actually
might that
today
be?
it's been today for me. I'll tell you, it specifically it was.
no, he went out.
Is it not just mine, right?
Oops, are you there?
No, it's him.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. There's an imam. I live in Minneapolis, and
mm,
Donald Trump has now targeted Minneapolis and particularly the Somali community here.
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And we have outside of Somalia the highest
Mm-hmm.
population of people from Somalia.
Mm,
And there's an imam at this Islam center on Lake Street and right here in Minneapolis. And tomorrow we've got, I think, 120 or 140 kind of mainline Christian clergy all showing up for a press event to stand
mm.
alongside the
Good.
imam and that
That's
community
awesome.
to say, look,
That's so
we
cool.
gotta we gotta
Do
stand
you,
arm in arm here.
That's it
do you
right
think
there.
that you can? Do you think that you can find people? A friend of mine that lives in Winston-Salem, North
Mm,
Carolina, which is just right outside of Charlotte, where they were a couple of weeks ago. Um, she has a basement, and she set up a bed and a mini fridge and um, put a heater down there and all the things in case anybody needed to hide. So,
yeah.
do you think that you could round people up within your church and your community to that would be willing to hide people that need to be hidden?
Yeah, we do. We've been working on actually kind of assuming that because Tim Walz is our governor and has been publicly fighting Donald Trump, we figured this fight's going to come and the immigrant population is going to be the target.
Uh-huh.
So we kind of have a network um, of spare bedrooms and homes and all sorts of resources to hook people up with if and when
Nice.
that happens. Yeah,
Good.
Yes.
If that ain't the church, huh?
That's
that's
the
it.
church.
That's the
Yeah, no
church.
kidding.
That's
Yeah,
it. That's what I want to hear.
yeah,
I'm tired of hearing all that other stuff.
yeah. We've I mean, earlier when I was talking kind of, from a 10,000 foot view about like the three strandedness, like me,
Mm,
God, and all others. That's like, this is practically how I want that right now. It's practically how we're living it out.
that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's what it's supposed to be.
The
And
fruit.
yeah,
the thing about
yeah.
it is they don't read NT Wright.
Nope.
They don't read James Cone. They don't read other people.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we have got to figure out a way
Kelly
to.
Brown Douglas.
Yes, there's so much stuff out here. Like womanist, man,
Mm-hmm.
brilliant. I've read some of their stuff. Like I don't know how we're gonna break this spell. Like this, it's a spell to me. It's
Yeah.
it's witchcraft. I mean, that's what it is. I think I
It's
said that
yeah.
earlier. It's
Say it
witchcraft.
how it is. That's it.
I just I'm just amazed at how doctrines work. Like when I peeled it back and I just saw the structure of it, man, the systematic theology plus the doctrines, it's like a video game.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. They're showing them a
That's it.
worldview. It's crazy how they can do it.
Yeah.
Like,
It it's upsetting, but
but the
I
thing
don't think
is,
Christianity is for everybody either.
well, here's the thing. Other religions have their own metaphysics.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Christianity by itself doesn't have their own. There's all kind of metaphysics out here.
Yeah.
And so I've been like pulling data and I have like a visual of it. Christianity, Empire Christianity is an outlier. Most of the world's religions have the same kind of earthy vibe as Judaism,
Yeah.
and they're all indigenous.
Yeah.
It's the religions are very different. Very different. And American Christianity is the outlier in the group.
Big time. Yeah. Christianity in the global north, global west is very, very different. Christianity as like historically has had a really beautiful appreciation for human tradition and ritual and practice.
Mm-hmm.
And that reality, that history has been minimized
Mm-hmm.
by American Christianity, like, oh, there's paganism or whatever, and it becomes part of and it actually ends up becoming more a prevalent part of the like deconstruction. Like it's a
Mm-hmm.
criticism of Christianity that, oh, they just have, they steal everything from all these other cultures. And it's like, well,
Yeah, well.
I see how you got there, but
But you can
look again, look a
but you
little
can
harder.
still have respect for the text. And see,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I hate to say it, but that's something also that the atheists do, because
Mm.
they don't know what they're reading either.
No.
They a lot of them do know what they're reading, but they miss things. Let me say that. They miss things.
Mm-hmm.
For example, a lot of them like to use certain passages to do gotchas. One of them
Mm-hmm.
is Jesus calling the woman a dog. They say, I
Mm-hmm.
heard the Bible guy the other day say he called her the B word. And I said,
Mm-hmm.
what?
Yeah.
I said, what are you talking about? If you read the text, the linguistics show you he was making a joke. And it wasn't at
Mm.
her expense. He was calling out the obvious attitude in the room.
Mm.
The woman caught it. And that's why she said that sassy remark.
Mm-hmm.
She said, even the dogs.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
that. I
You
love
gotta
that.
you gotta read it like a but men don't know how to read like that. They miss it because it's a woman. And Jesus loved sass mouth people.
Mm. Yeah.
He did.
Because he was a sassy mouth person.
He was sassy mouthed.
And like let's just say maybe he had a bias about her. And
No, he did because
even if he did, like I agree with you, but I'm just saying, like, even if he did have a bias against her,
mm-hmm,
even if he did call her a dog, like, if we are to believe what we say we believe, that Jesus is God in the flesh or
mm-hmm,
whatever, then what do we learn about this? Well, Jesus is confronted by this woman, and she says, hey, and she calls him out a little bit, and God in the flesh changes their mind. Like
I
that.
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is that Jesus he wasn't a binary thinker.
Yeah. Right.
In order for you to have racism, you have to be a binary thinker.
Hmm.
That's why when they was about to roll up on Samaria, the two was like, "Let's blow them up, God." And Jesus was like, "No, you're not
No.
even allowed to go back there until I
Hmm.
tell you to." God, he always called out the snottiness in the room.
Yeah.
He was trying to connect the Gentiles on a human level. What they turned it into is they want to connect on an intellectual level. No, God was connecting people on human levels
Hmm.
to show you are just like this person in here because
Hmm.
y'all are poor.
Mm-hmm.
They were poor. You are
Yeah.
just like them. What are you talking about? And they had a problem with that, just like people do now. It, you have to, when you are approaching Jesus in the text, you have to read it through a liberated lens. If it leads
Mm-hmm.
you to believe that he cannot be that,
Yeah.
does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
He tells you that he's justice. That's what he named himself. I cannot be prejudiced. That's in the Bible. They had their own theology.
Mm-hmm.
The theology was, if things are going good, God favors me. If things
Mm-hmm.
are going bad,
God's pissed at me.
God's pissed at me. Now, whether or not God told you to do something
Mm.
is a whole different conversation.
Mm-hmm.
They were only naming things as they thought they were. So what happens is that atheists read the text and they see, God said it. No, 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 no.
Mm-hmm.
They said it. You want to divorce the people from the text. They are making decisions. We have free will to
Yeah.
do what we want. You need to look at these people as if they have free will.
Yeah.
But they've
Mm.
divorced that from the text because the people don't matter to them.
Yeah.
It's an
Yeah.
end goal.
Absolutely. Yes.
Ian, what's your heaven like?
What's my heaven like?
Yeah, when you think about heaven, what do you want it to be?
Oh, that's a whole day. I I think what do I want it to be like? I want it to be, oh,
Maybe that's Ian's homework for the week.
Yeah,
yeah, maybe that's my homework.
I do. I am so grateful for this. I hope I tell you guys that enough. And I do think of you and pray for you guys through the week. And I have you in. I have you in mind. It is. It is. I have you in mind when we do stuff to help. I think of you guys throughout the week. But I'm wondering, like, practically speaking, what I used to do at the beginning, or what I had in my mind to do, was at the end of this live, I have the option to like download the video and then save the audio. Is there any point in doing that? And initially I was posting them. Like I made a video or a page on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and all this crap, and figured out how to like upload the audio to all these different streaming platforms. Is there any point to that?
Any point to you downloading the audio?
Yeah. Do you think we should?
I think that, I mean,
Do you
I
think we
think,
should do that? Like, is it good to have record of it? Or sometimes I'll listen to like I'll go back and listen to something like a second time. I don't know if anyone else would ever want to do that, or if is it a good idea even to keep record of
I think
what we're
that
doing?
there's always a possibility of reaching someone if the audio that you're posting has good merit to it. Does that make sense?
It also lets them know there's places that think like them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
a
all
lot
for
of people are
doing. I
missing
mean, I
that.
have my problem or my concern became the reason I stopped posting them, because I posted, I think, like 9 of them. If you go to Reconsider Church on YouTube or Apple Podcasts or Spotify, you'll see the first. And I even said this is season 1, episode 1, season 1, episode 2, season 1, episode 3, and I think I got to number 9. And in the 10th week, somebody shared some really personal stuff, and I didn't feel comfortable posting that.
But that's normal. That's normal.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not sure about it, then don't,
Right.
go with your gut.
I know, but I can't make the decision for you all. So I guess we would
No,
wrap
but
by saying
you asked me, Ryan,
Oh,
if
yeah.
it was okay.
I don't care.
that's right.
Yeah.
Honey, I did what I did.
You think at the
Live how
end
I
of
live.
Do you think at the end of the live I should be like, "Are we okay with posting this?" or
I think that's a
no?
good idea.
Yeah, I don't care.
I just don't want it to. I don't want it to like jeopardize what you might share. Like, oh crap! I don't want that to. I don't want
So,
that to go to the world.
Nah, you gonna
listen,
get what you
Ryan, here's
get.
the thing about that. Right now, we're on a public platform, right?
Right.
That's right.
There could be 1,000 people listening out in the hallway that don't show up on your uh, list of people that are actually in the live. So if we don't want the world to know, then we're not going to say it in here.
Right. Listen,
Okay.
I stand on what I
Mm-hmm.
believe on. Yeah, I believe what
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Yeah. I
You know
haven't
what it
said
was? It
anything
was.
I wouldn't say anywhere else.
Right.
I had 1 week where I was. It was kind of like not private, but just my best friend Gabe and me, because I wanted to talk about addiction, and we both like he got sober in 2015 or something. I think he just hit 10 years, and I was 2 years
Wow.
later. I got sober in September of 17. So he was ahead of me, but we were both in the same boat. Like we were like in trouble, right? Like, what are we doing here, man? How are we going to quit all this alcohol? And so I wanted to hear his story about how he got sober and you know what that decision night was like, or morning, or whenever it happened. That he's like, and Streak and I had this conversation. I didn't post that one either.
I was in
But it's
that
just,
live.
oh, you were
I
in with
listened.
Gabe,
Yeah, I listened to Gabe's story. It was
yeah,
amazing.
but I did not post that one. I talked to him about it the day after, he discussed his dad, who,
Hmm.
and so I asked him, I was like, I don't feel comfortable posting that one. So I asked Gabe, and he was just like, yeah, maybe not that one, just because we talked about my dad quite a bit,
We
who's,
do get kind of personal.
yeah, he's
Everybody comes over here and gets personal.
yeah. So I guess if at any point you're like, please don't post that one, then I won't. Or I don't have to. That's the other thing. Like maybe that's not a necessary part of this, but I like keeping the audio. And if you think I should post them, it's up
How
to you
about this?
guys.
How about you pick the nuggets you like?
I know, but I
Yes.
can't do. I don't have time for all that.
Oh, well, you
That's
just got to
fair.
remember where it's at.
I know. I could like. That's what's not fair. I guess I would have to. Like, if you're like, can you cut out that section where I talked about this?
Oh, no, I'm not doing that. I
I
said,
can't do it either.
it's up to you.
That's what I mean.
I'm not gonna.
So
I would never say anything that I wouldn't feel comfortable somebody listening to.
Yeah, I'm good.
that's a good point. Yeah, that's what I think. That's the general consensus. So I'll just go for it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not bothered
But
by it.
yeah, let's be thinking about the direction. I love this, and I don't have any agenda or direction to move forward. But if you have suggestions of like what you think of,
We'll tell you about the dark side, Ian.
Yeah. Great.
let's do it. Yeah.
Sometimes we gotta chaplain the MAGA people, the MAGA debaters.
Yes.
Yeah, I just struggle with how much
how it
time
goes.
to. I struggle with how much time to spend on that,
Yeah.
and I honestly I
think
struggle
they want to
with.
work out their issues. It's just weird.
All the thought pieces about MAGA and how to talk to them and whatever. It's all conjecture, and it's all guesswork. And so,
Hmm.
Yeah,
if we're gonna figure out how to break the cult mentality, it's gonna take trial and error, right?
Hmm.
This is
just
all
got to
Yeah,
keep
because
trying.
they're
experimentation.
not, even though they all belong to the same cult, um, each one of them is still an individual.
Yeah,
And
that's
you
Right.
right.
may be able to have a conversation with Joe, but then the next week Bob comes in and he's completely irrational and just a total
Yeah,
ass, and there is no having a conversation with him.
yeah, yep.
Yeah,
So each person's different, and it's,
Yeah.
you
Some
know,
people do come in and they're a little bit more open.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's
I
not
promised.
always been.
I made a commitment a while back that I want to stick to, which was that if anyone ever wants to share their story of how they were hurt by the church, I want to
Mhm.
make space. I want to be intentional about making space for that.
Right.
So, and that's happened a couple times in the last 13 weeks where someone has shared why they stopped going for whatever reason, and I want to hear those people's stories. If I know they're out there, I know there's a lot of them that have them, but I've only heard a handful.
And maybe if
Yeah.
you just stick to that one prompt, Ryan, and then I
Which
don't know,
one?
it's just have you been hurt by church, or this one's a good
Yeah.
one too, because some people do stop, because they do want to talk about Christian nationalism, but they just don't know how to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe next week we'll do the Have You Been Hurt by Church, and we'll try that for a few weeks and see if it draws people in. That's not my goal. It's maybe that'll help somebody.
No,
I
it's
think
just about
you'll
talking.
get
Yeah.
your. It sounds like that would be the prompt that would get your sort of bullseye of your audience a little bit more succinctly.
Right.
That's a good point.
And then
I
if
had
the
one
other
last
wants to
administrative.
talk, it needs to be on another day.
The what?
I said the other group, if they want, counseling,
That's
Yeah.
another time.
do it on another day.
I've had 3 or 4 of those too. Like I don't know if it says in my bio or something that I work in hospice. I don't know. I've had a couple people that come in just for essentially like to talk about end of life stuff and hospice stuff, and I'm happy to do that too, but I don't want to make everybody listen through what I do for work. That's not so fun. But it happens.
Well, that's
It's
how I
happened.
met you, Ryan, over in Princess's
Yeah.
Live, and you were talking to a woman about her mom. Do you remember that? I just don't want. I know her name. I just don't want to say it because it's not my
Yes.
place.
I know exactly who you're talking about, and I remember
Yeah.
those conversations very well.
And Ryan,
Yeah.
you don't have to talk about that if you don't want to. This is your space, and if you don't want to talk about it that day, you don't have to talk about it that day. Or if
Yeah,
you
that's a
don't,
good.
if you are allowed to have multiple streams of thought,
Hmm.
We are multitudes.
Yeah. I loved it. Last week there was a guy that was dealing with loss, and I loved being able to help him a little bit because it just felt like the right thing. But there are times when I'm kind of like, I just did this all day.
I get it.
I don't want
Well,
to
don't do
do
it for
this.
free.
I know. No, I'm doing the same thing at 10 o'clock at night for no money. No, I'm just kidding.
Then get up in the morning and do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you do need like that mental break. Like
Yeah.
work is work. Not that I don't consider it my ministry when I'm there, but I have other interests too,
Yeah.
and that's okay.
Yeah. All right. I have one other administration question, and then
Okay.
then we got to go to bed.
I'm going to mute.
No, I need your help. So I started these videos. I mentioned that I clicked create the church on November 18th. On the day that Mom passed is the day that I created my Instagram page, and I took a screenshot of it that says November 18th, 2024, like account created or whatever. I didn't do anything that day, obviously, other than click create because it was a busy and tough day. But like a day later, I made my first video. So if you scroll all the way to the bottom, either here or on Instagram, you'll see like I obviously looked terrible. I was exhausted. I was just like, hey, we're going to try this thing and see what happens. So that's how it started. But and I made videos, and I knew I wouldn't be able to do short videos forever. So I knew I'd have to go live eventually. And that was always the goal or the plan. And then I couldn't go live on Instagram because I don't have enough followers. So I came to TikTok to do the lives, and here we are. But I also started that same day. I did a video just of myself saying my mom died today, and here's how I'm feeling. And I did other videos, lots of them, over the last year, just documenting my grief journey. And I have those videos, and I think when I made the very first one, I was just like, I don't know why I'm making these videos. Maybe they'll just be for me, or maybe they'll help someone down the road, or who knows. And I sort of made up my mind to not not make that decision in the first year. Like, just keep these videos, keep doing them, do what you need to do to grieve. But now I have these 50 videos, and I'm on the fence as to whether they're special or personal and they're for me, or whether they may help somebody else. And I can't really decide. I don't know if you guys said that's a lot to put on you guys. You don't have to answer now. Because it kind of looks tacky. Like, why are you taking videos of yourself grieving to try to, I don't know, post to the world?
I don't think that's tacky at all.
No. Think about it as, you know how they always put out a stone to remember things by in the Bible? Let that be your reminder stone. Like, that's this is my healing.
Yeah.
Because eventually you didn't make them as much, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they tapered for sure. Like, there's I don't know, 25 videos in the first month. And then I did one, around I don't even know if I did one on the day of on the 1 year anniversary. I did one a couple of weeks ago. And they're real life grief. So they're all over the place. Like, sometimes I look like I'm doing pretty well, and then the next one, it's not good at all. So, and that's grief.
Yeah.
But I love that idea of just keep it as my stone. You think that's probably better than publicizing it?
Ryan, it's yours. And whatever you
can't
want to
decide.
do with it, it's okay. Is it that you're struggling with
The
like
optics.
okay. But that's part of the story though. Like, that's part of why you did this. You weren't doing it you're showing people what real life looks like. This is reality. This is what grief looks like. Some days is harder than others. Some days I look together, some days I don't look together. That's what grief is. And we have gotten away from the dirt part of death. We're so focused on heaven that we forget about the dirt part. And
We're either focused on heaven or afraid of hell or whatever, all that.
Like, but the reality is that the people we love, they come and they go. And then their breath goes back to God. But their breath is still with us. And they teach you not to honor your ancestors, but they don't mind honoring Confederates. That's crazy.
Right.
You do that.
No, that's the truth. I never thought about it like that. That's crazy.
They venerate ancestors, but tell us not to do it. That's crazy. You can honor your ancestors in however way that you feel, and you can come back to it and feel the way you feel. These people don't respect anything, but you respect your mom, you respect your dad.
Yes.
And it's beautiful. Nobody should be ashamed of that.
And it's never too early and it's never too late to share that. So if this isn't the moment, this isn't the moment, but a year from now, 2 weeks from now, it might be.
Yeah.
Right.
I felt a peace about it, even like I had made the mental commitment of not doing anything with those videos or not making a decision with whether or not I would post them for a year until I got past the 1 year mark. And on the 19th, like the day after Mom passed, I was like, I feel like she would even feel like it's worth doing if maybe it will help one person that's going through grief.
Yep. And we need as a culture, we need practice around sharing our grief and processing it in community. It's not our burden to bear. It's not there, people default to these platitudes like God doesn't give you more than you can handle. Well, that's not true. The death of a parent is more than a kid can handle. We need our people at any age. It doesn't matter if you're 60 or if you're 20 or if you're 5. It is too much for a child to handle. We need our people, and we need to share that and spread it wide and thin.
Yeah.
Get back to honoring
This helps me. I am very grateful for those responses. I don't know how I'll do it. If I'll do it kind of just a one massive dump. They were huge dumps and just all 60 videos or something like in one weekend, or if I should spread them out a little bit. I'll figure that out. But I do feel at peace with putting them out there in the hopes that maybe somebody, I think they could even help somebody who, not just after they lose someone they love, but even before.
In the process, yeah.
I think so. So
yeah.
I'll
There's
do
no
it.
wrong way to do it.
I'll figure out how to do it well. Whether I should put it on this page or on a separate page, I don't know. I'll figure out how that'll look.
All right. Good night.
You guys are the best. Love this.
Love
I
you,
love it.
man.
I love this. I love this. Love you guys. Love this every week.
Good night, Street.
So.
Good night.
Oh, good.
Good
You
night,
made it.
Ryan.
I
Good
wanted
night,
to.
Ian.
Nice to meet you,
Good
Ian.
night.
This
Good
was
to
a
meet
blast.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Yay.
Take care.